morning and welcome to day 2 of the European Young Chef Award in Le Touquet, France, in les Hauts-de-France region. Welcome to you in the audience. Welcome back to some of you at home who saw us yesterday as well. So yesterday we saw 9 of Europe's most promising young chefs prepare and present traditional dishes from their region, recipes as their grandparents might have made them, using, of course, top-notch local ingredients from their regions. They did a great job presenting some of their tasty dishes, and they even had practice. Yesterday was a great practice day. They had practice answering questions from jury members, telling stories about their wonderful dishes, and even some of us who were lucky enough to taste those dishes commented that we were able to travel to their different European regions because of those wonderful tastes on their plates. Today, however, is a little bit less about tradition and much more about innovation. And the challenges for the young chefs today is to put an innovative, creative, personal spin on yesterday's dishes. And I have a feeling that we are in for some great culinary surprises. But before we go further, I would like to reintroduce everyone to Diane Dodd, president and one of the co-founders of IGCAT, to give us some history and context about these awards and the important organization that she heads. Diane?
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It's a real pleasure to be here in Hauts-de-France, European Region of Gastronomy 2023. I think Hauts-de-France is really the garden of France, and I think it's the reason why many young, talented chefs are moving to this area, because they can get the very best products from it. And that's what the competition is all about. IGCAT found out many years ago that we could really address some of the challenging situations that regions can have in terms of their food supply and by focusing on their gastronomy, their heritage, their culture, their arts. Somehow we could connect all of that, and we could see that there was an advantage to that, particularly in this globalized world. So we wanted to do that. We set up the European Region of Gastronomy as a flagship initiative, and now we have the European Young Chef Award as one of the joint initiatives between those regions. So we're very, very happy to be here.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Diane. And actually, could you, let's take a step back, because there might be some people who are just joining us today. Could you tell us what IGCAT stands for? There's a lot of things going on in that title.
It's the International Institute of Gastronomy, Culture, Arts and Tourism. And that was really how it was when we set out. We just thought, okay, the connection is clear. But then as we started to work with the regions, we realized that we needed to talk to agriculture, we needed to talk to health, we needed to talk to education. So all of a sudden we realized that we were a cross-sectorial platform, and so we are a network of global experts in all different sectors. And the one thing that we all have in common is that we care about our food future, and we care about preserving our culture and heritage for future generations.
Yes, and you talked about the European Regions of Gastronomy, the label. What are some of the criteria to have that label that now Hauts-de-France does have in 2023?
Yes, well, obviously the region has to have great gastronomy to have such a title, and they are addressed by a jury of international experts who go to their region, and they travel across the region to meet stakeholders who are working in many different fields and across many, many projects. We have 6 focus areas that we look at, and they range from feeding the planet, thinking about where our food comes from and where our food will come from in the future. We talk about education, health and well-being, particularly for young people. We're very concerned about young people's diets in the future. We also talk about balanced and sustainable tourism, how to avoid over-tourism, how to manage tourism in such a way that it can be sustainable and support the well-being of a region. We talk about urban and regional connections. Many people in urban settings now don't know where their food comes from. We want to reconnect them to where their food comes from. Absolutely. And we want to get people to really be proud of what they have in in their homes, because sometimes they take that for granted. And in our, search of more maybe interesting or unusual or exotic alternatives, we forget to put the value on the local, and that's what we're trying to do.
And we did see that yesterday. We saw the pride that these young chefs had in their dishes, of course, but in their region. And I'm sure a lot of you watching today are also very proud of the young chefs you might be supporting from your regions. They did a great job highlighting the specificities and the ingredients, honoring them, and I know they will continue to do so today. Diane, what are your takeaways? This is the 7th edition, right? So now you've seen the first days, the practice days. I'm sure you've seen a little bit of everything, things that go great and things that don't go so great. What are your takeaways from our competition yesterday?
Oh, I mean, there are so many great things. I think we started to see the transformation of the young chefs from nervous competitors,
absolutely,
to becoming friends, to starting to relax, and you really noticed it in the kitchen.
100%.
The minute they got into their workstations in the kitchen, they were in their comfort zone, and that's where they excel.
It was absolutely evident, and I'm sure you could notice on camera just how poised these young chefs were. It was really like they were in, I kept saying, their natural habitat. They were in their zone. They were in total control, and I was very impressed. We're not sure how today will go. We never know.
We never know.
It's a live event. Of course, cooking is an art as well. So these young artists will do what they know how to do. We never know what they will need to deal with.
And they're the best talent. I mean, they've already been chosen from their regions, to represent their regions. So, their talent, it was very clear yesterday. We managed to taste some of their dishes yesterday, and every one of them was delicious. I'm sure their grandmothers and grandfathers would have been absolutely proud of the plates that they put in front of us yesterday.
Absolutely. Just tasting was the hard part. Not wanting more was the tough part. So what are you looking forward to today, Diane, as we move into the second official day of competition, where the jury is going to have a hard time choosing first, second, and third prize winners?
Yes, well, the dishes that we tasted yesterday were very strong dishes. They were dishes that their ancestors would have eaten before they went out into the fields or down the mines, So what we want to see today is a transformation of those dishes for a more contemporary audience, for foodies, for people who really want the exquisite tastes and flavors. They want to be able to taste the good products and good food, but they don't need these huge portions. They want something that's a little bit more refined, and let's see how they transform those recipes, but hold on to the traditions and the flavors of yesterday.
Quite the challenge. So before I talk to our jury, could you explain a little bit about the criteria that the jury uses to evaluate these dishes? Because it's a tough job, but there are certain criteria to meet up to the European Young Chef Competition standards, to meet up to the European Region of Gastronomy standards.
Absolutely.
It's quite a lot in one plate.
It is. And you'll see from our jury members that we really want to bring some of the best chefs and experts from around Europe to look at the plates, because obviously everybody has different tastes and different preferences. So we wanted to make sure that all of those were covered. So we have people from north, south, east, and west of Europe on our jury. We also they will be looking at the techniques, the flavors, the aromas, the doneness of the meat, or fish, or the sweetness, looking at the health aspect, obviously, of the dish. But also a very important element of this competition is the creativity, the innovation, and the connectedness to the local products and quality products. That do they understand about the difference of different plant and animal varieties? Have they understood what their ancestors would have known about the differences? Oxfam said very recently that our ancestors would have eaten more than 7,000 different species of plant or animals in their diets on average.
Yes.
Nowadays, we eat around 30 on average. And that it's criminal. We need to bring back those different varieties of plants and animals and celebrate them and ensure that our younger generation understand that we need to keep them, otherwise they'll become extinct.
Yes, absolutely. That was actually my question. Is it a matter of just not eating them, or do we actually have to physically bring them back and ask farmers to start replanting, to somehow resuscitate?
Yes, but if we don't eat them, they won't produce them. So that's the key.
Eat your greens, everyone.
Absolutely, and a great
beans,
variety
and
of, and
beans you were
understand
talking
the
about.
difference between, in my village we have at least 12 different tomatoes are cultivated. And, the elder generation, they understand which tomato goes with which dish and why that is best for a stew, why that is best to rub on your bread, why that one is best for salad.
Yes.
They understand what it is. And that's what we're looking for. It's that level of understanding that our ancestors have, and that unfortunately we're losing.
Absolutely. When you're talking about the right tomato for the right recipe, one anecdote that stands out in my mind about yesterday is when Pa asked Oscar why he chose a certain variety of tomato for his tomato sauce. And he
Yes.
said, because my mom recommended it. And I thought that was the best answer, because it is. Sometimes there are things handed down through families. They go the best with the recipes, and mom knows best, and especially in terms of that. So I thought that was a very sweet and very clear and a very intelligent answer. All right, so now without further ado, let's go, and we're going to talk to our jury. I'll introduce them to you briefly, and then I'll ask them later to each say a little bit about what they thought about the traditional dishes, what they're looking for in the innovative dishes. So without further ado, I will introduce you to Paola Frade. She's a researcher in food heritage, culture, and identities at the University of Coimbra and the Center for Culture and Tradition in Lisbon, and for Nova University in Lisbon. She's also the president and founder of Oliveira do Hospital. Did I do that okay, Paula? And the Center for Culture and Tradition in Coimbra. That's quite the title. This is Paula Frade. I'll come back to you, Paula. We also have Armand P. Veraneman van Hoek, former chef and owner of Chez Armand restaurant on the Maltese island of Gozo. I was very pleased to talk to you a little bit about the island of Gozo yesterday. We'll have some more chances to catch up. Wendy Berry, writer of the Scottish Food Guide and slow food expert. Thank you, Wendy, for joining us. We have Pau Sintes, winner of the European Young Chef Award 2022 from Menorca, and he is now the head chef at the boutique hotel restaurant Christine Bedford in Menorca. Congratulations, Pau. We have Teja Vunic, pastry chef and owner of Zijavica restaurant in Croatia. Thank you so much for joining us. And then we, of course, have the chair of our jury, Alexandre Gauthier, who is also ambassador for the label European Region of Gastronomy. He has a 2 Michelin-starred restaurant, a 2 Michelin-starred chef, and he is the owner and runner of La Grenouillère, of course, in the Hauts-de-France region. Alexandre Gauthier, thank you very much for joining us. We're honored. And now, before asking you, Alexandre, a little bit more about the European Region of Gastronomy label, I'd like each of our jury members to just give us their highlights of yesterday, something that stood out about the traditional dishes, and then tell us what they're looking for in the innovative dish. Paola, go ahead.
Bonjour à tous. Ici. So,
Go ahead, you can speak right into the microphone.
Thank you. I'm looking emotion in a story that comes from the past towards to the future. I want them to prove that the food is a journey, cooking is a journey, and that quality and local products and producers were important back days, but with all the problems that humankind faces, like climate changes, we look to the young chefs and to the small producers as new heroes. So as their role is increasingly important. So today I want to see these young chefs pay a homage to small producers mainly. Thank
Great,
you very
that's
much.
wonderful to have. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Amande Peveranamin from the Maltese island of Gozo. Could you tell me what stuck out for you yesterday and what you're looking for today?
Well, thank you very much. Yesterday I was quite impressed by all the participants. The way they are, I would call it always the 3 Ds. The 3 Ds, they stand for dedication, for determination, and for discipline. And I think that all the participants yesterday, they had that quote for me. And also the way they, in front of a jury, they did not panic because they were really telling what their dish was all about. And I also could see the dishes, how well they were presented. So they are bringing out some creativity, their own initiative. And they try to definitely, what I saw afterwards, the videos, that within the dishes, they are trying to tell us, and with the taste, to give their region importance. And that was, for me, something very priority, that in the dishes we could find the region. And that's what's all about this competition. And after all, I think that they have successful realized what they came for here. Not just the competition, trying to give us the real taste of the products of the region.
Wonderful. And today, what will you be looking for in the innovative dish? Is there something that you're hoping to see?
Well, of course, naturally, yesterday there was a few hiccups in the dishes
Sure.
as we were going along. Today, I'm looking to find a bit more taste in the dishes. Definitely, what concerns the seasoning is important, and also the cooking of the product of the items, like if it's meat or fish or whatever, accordingly. So what I'm looking for really is also the presentation, but also the realistic of the dish that they're going to present. If it's going to be realistic to produce in the real world of the restaurant or the catering establishment where they work. That's very important to me.
Okay, thank you. Aman, and sorry, I'm not letting you off the hook just yet, because I see you're wearing this wonderful sash and these medals, and I would like to know a little bit more about what that is, and if you could share with those watching
I
at home.
think I'm a founder member on the island of Malta. In 1982, I'm the founder member of the Chaîne de Rôtisseurs. The Chaîne de Rôtisseurs is the greatest world society of gastronomy. It's all over the world. It also brings, like this competition and the food we are tasting, it's bringing happiness, and it's bringing people together to enjoy food and friendship. This is all the thing behind the Chaîne de Rôtisseurs. The Chaîne de Rôtisseurs has the same aim. When, for instance, they are doing a dîner amical or they do a chapitre, the restaurant or the catering establishment involved, it's a bit in the same line of here. They are preparing a menu that, of course, the audience then, the club members who are there, they will taste the food, they will also comment, and at the end of the dinner, the brigade come out of the kitchen, and then there is the president of the chain, whoever, or the charge de mission, who is giving an evaluation of the dishes, of the wine. So we're going on the same line as this competition.
Yes, you're right to wear that proudly.
This is the aim of the Chaîne de Rôtisseurs, to appreciate food, to bring happiness, and to bring people together through friendship.
Wonderful. And you are correct to wear that proudly.
Yes, and I mean, I have been now 40 years. I was a founder member, and at the last chapitre, I have been given the title of commandeur in the chain. That means a silver medal, and I think I was awarded for all the work I have done within the chain and to create in 1982 the Bailliage of Malta, who counts now 90 members. What you have to understand is that there are professional members, like young chefs. They could become a maître rôtisseur, a chevalier, they could become a title. They could go for a title and the chain of office, but you have also non-professional members who can just have a title of a chevalier. So, but these people still appreciate food and will evaluate the work of the dedicated chefs who are preparing a meal or a wonderful dinner within the chain at that time.
Joy, happiness, bringing people together, those are all things that I can stand behind as well. Thank you very much, Aman.
You're very welcome.
And now Wendy Berry, who is a slow food expert. Can I say that, Wendy? Can I call you? I added that into your title, slow food expert, because after talking with you over the last 2 days, I know that to be true.
Thank you very much indeed.
course.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with that.
I see the sun is in your eyes. Maybe I can help
Oh,
you here.
if you just stand over a little bit, that's perfect.
We'll try to.
That's perfect. Thank you.
There.
No, I found yesterday really emotional. It was so lovely to see the young chefs settle into their roles and then come out with their dishes with such passion. And it gives me great faith for the future of both the slow food movement and world gastronomy, because they care about the food they were producing, and they really talked about that uncle or that old book or that grandmother, some of whom have since passed, and those food memories are so powerful for them. And part of the slow food movement, and indeed all my work with my guide, is to keep that culture and that knowledge and those skills. Otherwise, future generations have lost them forever. A lot of it's never written down. And so it's so important to carry on the knowledge. And then, of course, today, they're going to be innovating.
And we'll see the new generation stepping forward with these innovations and carrying the past into the future.
It's so important because there's so much industrialization these days. It's so important that we have young believers, and you can see they believe. And of course, the flavors today are so important, but you also eat with your eyes. So now the presentation kicks in, you know, how it's presented, and then follow through with the taste. And of course, minimal waste as well. All these things play an important part.
There are a lot of factors to take into account. That's what I hear. That's why you'll have an hour today to even go into the kitchens to observe the techniques, to observe how they're seasoning things, how they're cutting things. All of these things will factor into your final decisions. That will be quite difficult.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Wendy Berry. And now we have Pa. Pa, who was on the other side. Yes, go ahead. I'll come back. If you don't mind, Alexandre, I'll come back to you since you're the since you're the chair. You will be wrapping up our jury presentation. Pa, you were on the other side last year. You were in that kitchen. So before you tell us about yesterday, before you tell us about today, what you're looking for, can you tell us a little bit about your experience last year? Because this is a very this is a really wonderful insight that we can get from Pa, who was actually the contestant last year.
Yeah, I think was one of the most gastronomic experiences in my life. So to travel to Norway, that is so far away from home, that we live in a small island that is Menorca of 80,000 inhabitants only. So to travel with all our region, all our products, all our history, our culture, I think it's so nice, not only for me, that is a good experience as well, but for Menorca, from where I am, no? And to show to Europe how we are and how we were in the past, I think is so nice, and I enjoyed a lot the experience.
Yes, and yesterday, I think the cameras got a little bit of Bastian from Slovenia had these huge boxes that he was unpacking that were taped together and packed with care, and you see that it's quite a physical and logistical feat just to get some of these products here. So all of that is its own element, of course. What stood out for you yesterday?
I really enjoyed yesterday, really enjoyed, because I think the traditional food is the base of culture, of history of a region. So I think we need that base to know where we want to go, no? And that today is where we want to go with the innovative dish, no? So I think that it's important to have these traditional dishes in our kitchens, in our houses that more or less are disappearing in some houses. To make an homage to these plates, to these traditional plates, I think it's so important, and yesterday was so good.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Paul. Thea, welcome back. Could you, well, first of all, since I'm asking, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I know that you're also proudly wearing an outfit from des jeunes restaurateurs. I see that it says young restaurant owners on her sleeve. Could you tell me a little bit about that association or organization that you are part of in Croatia?
It's both.
In both,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So this is an organization who. This organization is like a family. It's not only we are not only from the business, from the restaurant business. We are having we are resolving a problem we have between us. We have what we're going to use, where we're going to find young chefs, where we're going to send them for school. This young chef who is cooking inside, this is young chef who we want in our organization because they are everything we want, everything for what we are living, and this is not just a business, just a job. This is life. So this organization is our life.
Wow, that's
How
really
we
great.
live,
This job is life. There's a
Yeah,
lot of,
yeah,
there's a,
absolutely.
I can see it's that everyone's very passionate about what they're doing, and that is absolutely inspiring to see.
Yeah.
So could you tell me what stood out for you yesterday? What did you remember when you woke up this morning about yesterday's competition?
Yesterday, everybody.
Which was more of a practice. We'll say it
Yeah.
was a practice run.
They're all was so good, so taste. I think they're going to be tough decision today because this meals yesterday was so full of flavors. So I'm not sure if they're going to get in this innovating dish so good flavors because this is like they're cooking from the heart, like that grandmother cooking. So it's hard in innovation to put grandmother, maybe. And this is what I expect, these flavors, this taste, this feeling what I have yesterday. So I'm not sure they're going to manage, but I think maybe
They're going to try their best, and I know that there will be some surprises as well. So
Yeah.
that's the fun and exciting element. We're not exactly sure, but I know that we're going to have some great tastes and travel again through our palates. Which brings me back to Mr. Alexandre Gauthier, who is the chair of our jury and again an ambassador for the European Region of Gastronomy label in Hauts-de-France. Could I ask you, Alexandre, what will you be looking for in today's plates? What does a successful, innovative dish look like to you?
Je vais vous répondre en français.
Oui, bien sûr, je vais traduire pour vous.
Non, je pense que l'innovation, c'est l'énergie, c'est l'audace.
Innovation is energy and audacity.
Il faut évidemment être dans son temps. La cuisine est un reflet de la société actuelle. Il faut être engagé dans la durabilité, dans l'environnement.
Cooking is a reflection of one's times, so of course we have to think about things like sustainability.
Et vu que la cuisine est un lien entre toutes les cultures, et qu'aujourd'hui, il y a 8 candidats, 9 candidats, je sais même plus, 9 candidats
Oui.
qui vont nous présenter leur région, on doit ressentir cette région.
And of course, food is so specific to each region, and we have 9 different regions, so we have to taste those regions on the plate.
L'innovation, c'est... Hier, elle était ancrée, il n'y a pas de rupture avec la tradition.
Yes, yesterday was all about not breaking away from tradition, but respecting tradition.
Mais c'est essentiel dans l'innovation de faire une copie, de partir d'une feuille blanche, quelque chose qui n'a pas été fait avant. Oser aller plus loin et donc inventer. Inventer, ça veut dire ne pas avoir regardé sur les réseaux sociaux la tendance actuelle, c'est plutôt la dépasser.
That's yes. So innovating, it also means inventing. So it means starting from a blank page and not necessarily looking on social media about what everyone else is doing and what the popular thing is to do, but really doing your own thing.
Ça engage du risque,
Yes, it means risk taking.
parce que ça peut déplaire.
Yes, because some people might not like it.
Mais le vrai seul juge et arbitre d'aujourd'hui, qui nous rassemble, ça va être la présentation, l'élégance du plat et son goût. Ça doit être évidemment très bon.
Yes, so the presentation, the elegance of the dish, and the tastes of the dish, that is what's going to be the real judge.
Voilà.
Okay, thank you so much. Wonderful. And so for the European label, the European Region of Gastronomy label that Hauts-de-France now has this year, your restaurant, your esteemed restaurant, La Grenouillère, is in the Hauts-de-France region. So what do things like sustainability, durabilité, which is at the center of this label, what does that really look like at your restaurant to give our viewers and those of us here an idea, an insight into your restaurant?
C'est avant tout être une énergie, une économie locale.
It means using local energy and the local economy.
D'être locavore, donc faire travailler les petits producteurs, les petits éleveurs, toutes ces fermes, toutes ces bonnes volontés, ces talents, et les faire travailler en achetant leurs produits.
That's a great term that I've never heard. He used the term locavore, which instead of carnivore or herbivore or omnivore, we have locavore, which means using the producers from the local region to provide work and sustenance for those in the region using local products.
Après, c'est l'énergie, c'est la gestion de l'énergie, le plastique, éviter les plastiques, ça c'est un sujet d'aujourd'hui très important.
It's using, it's watching how we use energy. It's watching our use of plastics.
Plastique, les déchets,
How we dispose of waste.
Et finalement, c'est travailler en conscience du monde actuel et d'essayer de le faire tourner mieux sur lui-même.
That's wonderful. I'm trying. This is very elegantly said in French, so I hope that I'm doing this justice. But it is to. Could you repeat that one?
C'est finalement être en conscience de l'état de la société actuelle.
Yes. It's to be conscientious about the state of the world today.
Et de faire dans notre travail du quotidien que ce monde tourne mieux avec plus de sens.
Yes, and every day in our everyday lives to make this world turn with more sense, with more meaning, and it seems like you are doing that, and you're a great ambassador for this label.
C'est facile à raconter, c'est facile à dire, mais ça veut dire changer des habitudes.
Yes, yes. When I said it, he said it very elegantly, and then he said it's easy to say, but what it actually means is changing your habits, changing your routines.
Voilà. Et ça, c'est quelque chose qui est une bataille du quotidien, ne rien lâcher. C'est plus facile de revenir en arrière que d'avancer.
It's a daily battle, and it's a lot easier to go backwards than to go forward. So thank you, Alexandre Gauthier, for bringing us forward, for representing this jury so beautifully, and I know that they will follow your very capable lead. Thank you so much. Thank you. So in just, yes. So in about 12 minutes, I'd say, the jury is going to be able to go into the kitchen and start observing the young chefs, taking notes. We also have, Diane, could you explain a little bit the role of, there are special jury members wearing big hats in the back who are watching what the young chefs are doing. And maybe we'll get a chance to speak with them later, but there's a kind of a second jury in the kitchen who's helping out this jury. Could you explain that role and who the people are with hats that we might see later?
Yes, of course. We're very lucky to be here in the La Serre Hotelière, who have excellent installations and excellent staff members. And we've called on them because we need chefs in the kitchen who can keep an eye on the contestants, give them their starting time, because they're all starting at a different point
okay.
and finishing at a different point. And so they all have 2.5 hours exactly to prepare their meal. But not only that, they're going to be looking at the cleanliness of the finalist. They're going to look at the techniques that they're using. They're going to look at food waste and plastic waste. Now, these are quite crucial for us in the evaluation at the end, and they will report back to the main jury at the end of the competition to look at really, have they taken on board sustainability? Have they, and is it in their minds and hearts in general, or have they just done it for the competition? So, we're really looking to dig in to see, are these going to be the ambassadors for our future?
Yes, have they changed, as Alexandre Gauthier was saying, have they changed their daily habits and their routines enough that it's integrated into what they're doing right now? Yes. That's great. So now we had said that the European Young Chefs, this is in its 7th edition, and I'm wondering if we might have a little bit of history on the first, for example, where the first European Young Chef Awards came from. I see we have Gemma in the audience with us from Catalonia, helping represent. And I wonder, Diane, you must know Gemma. I bet you may have worked
Gemma
together.
Molina.
So could you both tell us a little bit about the origin story of this wonderful competition, how it passed from Catalonia into the capable hands of IGCAT, a little bit about the context there.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I think this contest had the seed in Catalonia, so it's a very inspiring story. There we have a very classic contest run by St. Paul Cooking School, which is a historical school in Catalonia, and this contest had, like, I think, the 13-something edition, and IGCAT was invited as part of the jury. It was 2015 or 16, kind of, and Diane Dodd was sitting like a jury member, like ours today. And I think, Diane, you get the inspiration right there, right?
Yes, absolutely. It was such a well-organized competition, and at that point I thought, wow, wouldn't it be really great if we get the Regions of Gastronomy to have a competition? And I suggested it to the director of the school there, and he said, look, this is fantastic because it's our 50th anniversary as a school next year in 2016, which coincided with Catalonia being European Region of Gastronomy in 2016. So all the stars aligned, and they agreed to host the first European Young Chef Award.
And also they get involved Joan Roca from Silla de Can Roca, who was the godfather of that event, and that supposed like a big, nice starting. And 2 years later, kind of, at 2018, I think it was the first edition of European Young Chef Award in another region. And I think as a Catalonian and as a person who has been seeing growing the contest, is really positive to have like every year one different place for a lot of reasons, but to benchmark the kind of food offered by the region, and it's so enriching for young chefs to be abroad that only for that worth all the efforts that IGCAT made.
Yeah, can I just add to that?
Absolutely.
That really, it's very nice to see the schools coming together and learning from one another during this event as well. So, thank you to all of those that have come and made the journey to learn more about how the other regions are operating, how they're doing things. And I think we've seen the excellence rise year on year. And really, it's very impressive to see. And I would like to thank Catalonia as well, because Joan Roca has continued to be an ambassador for this project, and he sends his regards to all of the finalists every year. We're very honored to have him support us, and also to have the support of the Catalan institutions, which Gemma represents.
Is Prodeca one of those? You belong to an association called Prodeca, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm from Prodeca, which is a promoter of Catalan food abroad and also locally, and we co-partner with the Catalan Agency for Tourism. So there's both institutions that we run this initiative, and we are very proud of being a part of the platform.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Gemma. Now, Diane, from Catalonia to Hauts-de-France, did you expect this momentum?
Well, I don't think we were thinking about it at the time, but certainly after the first edition, there was great enthusiasm amongst the regions to continue, because it's a real opportunity to give these finalists a kickstart in their career, first of all, and an amazing international experience that they can learn, from their counterparts across Europe. And so the regions really took this on board as an opportunity to give international visibility to their regions, to their young chefs, their best talent, and also to try to nurture that talent for the future and talk about, the great products from their regions.
Wonderful. Talking about the regions in the Hauts-de-France region, I believe we have a video that helps showcase this. Joanne, if you could show us the Hauts-de-France video while our jury gathers maybe their notes.
I think I've been told that the video isn't available
Okay.
at this moment. So, but I could say a little bit about the experience of the jury when they came to Hauts-de-France.
Absolutely, please do.
I was really lucky enough to accompany the jury. It's one of the perks of my job. And we traveled across the whole of the region. And it was amazing to meet all of the people who,
Excuse me, when you're talking about the jury, you mean the jury who will give the label?
Of the European Region of Gastronomy
yes.
Award, yes.
Okay.
And we had the opportunity to meet many, many stakeholders, farmers, fishermen, bakers, as well as, of course, great talented chefs across the region. And I think what really amazed them was, the variety of products here in Hauts-de-France and the quality of the products, which obviously you can taste in the great cuisine here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay, our jury members are getting ready to go into the kitchen. Joanne, are we ready with the video now of the Hauts-de-France region? Can we play that? Thank you, Joanne. We hear him in the background. He's been working yesterday, furiously working today. Thank you, Joanne. Everything you're seeing is run the videos by Joanne. So go ahead and play that video, and then our jury can go into the kitchen.
Ça fait du bien de dire que chez nous, il se passe quelque chose et qu'il faut venir voir ce qui se passe.
Vous voyez ce verre de bière? À l'intérieur bat le cœur de notre région. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on y retrouve de la convivialité, du partage, de l'artisanat, un savoir-faire historique dont il faut être fier.
Et moi, dans la faluche, qui est la spécialité du Nord en pain, ça révèle vraiment la sucrosité. C'est que de la douceur.
C'est une passion, je suis né dedans, on dit toujours que je suis né dans une caisse à poissons. C'est 34 000 tonnes de poissons qui sont commercialisées sur le port de Boulogne.
On compte plus de 100 producteurs et plus de 300 fromages différents dans notre région.
C'est un territoire gigantesque de 5 départements, et ces 5 départements sont d'une richesse et d'une diversité rare.
Il y a 10% de la production de champagne qui est réalisée dans les Hauts-de-France. Nous avons la certitude que la santé passe aussi par l'alimentation. C'est pourquoi nos étudiants et nos chercheurs œuvrent pour une alimentation durable et saine à Unis-la-Salle.
Et du coup, travailler avec les saisons et aussi quelque part un peu, j'ai envie de dire, changer le monde, parce qu'au final...
On a envie de manger des choses qui sortent de la terre.
On fait énormément de cueillettes sauvages et on va aller chercher du sapin.
Bon, chez nous, c'est le champignon, chez d'autres, ça peut être le topinambour. Capitale mondiale du chou-fleur d'été.
Carotte violette qui est produite que ici à Coutiche.
Trouver une identité et être capable de la transmettre.
J'aimerais continuer à travailler dans la gastronomie, à apprendre pour faire de plus en plus belles choses.
On a un truc aussi qui fait la différence avec les autres terroirs, c'est la générosité.
C'est avant tout l'accueil.
On va faire un bon petit plat, on va faire une bonne réception. Ça se vit à travers les plats qu'on leur propose.
C'est la gourmandise dans les assiettes.
On met de la sauce, on est là pour s'amuser.
C'est ça, quoi. Faut que les gens se régalent du début à la fin.
Je pense que la générosité en Hauts-de-France se traduit par le cœur, un cœur ouvert, un cœur tourné vers l'autre, un cœur généreux dans le travail, généreux vers ces gens que nous accueillons, un cœur qui aime les autres tout simplement. Tu n'as pas besoin d'aller voir ailleurs ce qui se passe. Crois en ce lieu,
crois en cette terre, elle te nourrira.
Oh merde quoi, on n'est pas chirurgien, on fait juste à manger, mais qu'est-ce que c'est bon.
Okay, and now we see here our esteemed jury members and Diane Dodd having a look at what Louis Barbier is doing. Louis Barbier, of course, being the candidate representing the Hauts-de-France region. We see 2 Michelin-starred chef Alexandre Gauthier joining them. He is the head of our jury today for this competition. And right now the jury's just observing Louis' preparations. They're asking him a little bit. I'm trying to stay a little bit out of the kitchen today, so I give our candidates a little more space to concentrate and to interact with the jury. Nerves are a bit high today for the candidates, as this is the official competition day. So Louis Barbier says that nature is a source of inspiration for him, and it allows him to reflect and relax. At the height of the mushroom season, he tells us, he likes to go out and pick porcini mushrooms and other varieties of mushrooms, then return home to work at them. And for him, for Louis Barbier, putting nature back at the center of the plate is vital. Louis is 18 years old. He's currently studying for his higher technician diploma in hotel and catering management at the Lycée Polyvalent des Métiers Charles de Gaulle in Campiane, which is in the Hauts-de-France region. At the same time, he is serving his apprenticeship at a 1 Michelin-starred restaurant, called Nature in Armentières in the Hauts-de-France, under the supervision of chef Nicolas Gauthier. And Louis won the title of Best Apprentice in France 2022 for cold cooking. Yesterday, for his traditional dish, Louis presented ficelle picarde, which is a gourmet and hearty dish. It's most often eaten during family meals with friends, but is also popular at fairs. The ficelle picarde was created in 1950, and it consists of a thin pancake stuffed with a slice of white ham and button mushrooms, and then lightly gratinated before being served with an endive salad and regional beer. And for his innovative dish today, it's called a souvenir of Picardy string with endive like a lily water. And we'll see how he transforms this traditional dish from his region into his own artwork. Looks like our jury is leaving Louis Barbier to work. And moving on to our second candidate, who is Alessia Fisicelli. Alessia is from Sicily, the Sicily region of Italy. She's 19 years old, and she received her high school diploma in food and wine and hospitality with a focus on culinary arts from the Don Pino Puglisi School in Centerope, Enna, in Italy. And she's recently enrolled at the University of Catania, where she's studying food science and technology. Over the past year, she has gained work experience at Voi Hotels Floriana Resort and TH San Teodoro Lisci LD Resort in Sardinia. I see Amand is writing down notes as he observes Alessia. And we saw her yesterday creating these beautiful, fresh pastas that are typical of the province of Trapani in Sicily, wrapping them painstakingly around a little wooden stick and making these very beautiful bruschette pastas. And that pasta yesterday was sautéed with broad beans, pork jowls, mint, and grated pecorino cheese. And today her innovative dish will be broad bean gnocchi with pecorino cheese cream and crispy bacon, an innovative take on that traditional recipe. And our jury moves on from the representative from Denmark, Sander Mollerup. Sander tells us that he finds inspiration for his dishes when he goes home to his region and visits his childhood favorite places, especially the coast. Sander is 20 years old. He's a chef student at Restaurant Ja in Hauts-de-France, Denmark. And he hopes to work in the best restaurants, learn from the best chefs, and open his own gourmet restaurant. His traditional dish yesterday was smørrebrød, which was an open-faced sandwich and a common lunch dish all over Denmark, served in various forms. In Sander's smørrebrød, he used bakskurt, which was, as soon as he opened up this fish in the kitchen yesterday, we all smelt the nice smoky flavors. It was very fragrant, and it's a salted, dried, and smoked common dab fish. And he explained that in the old times, fishermen used to hang fish in the sails to get it dried by the salty coastal winds, so that the fish could be preserved for the long and poor winters when they couldn't go out to sea. So Sander's bringing all that history from Denmark with him and putting it onto the plate. And today, his innovative dish he has entitled the Danish West Coast. And we'll see how he puts his own creativity into that original smørrebrød plate. Looks like Diane is interacting a little bit with Sander. I'm sure she's looking at the ingredients. Yesterday she was making sure that all of the ingredients were local, picking up the olive oil they were using, picking up the flour they were using. From what I can tell, Sander seems very confident in his explanations to the jury. Not an easy feat when you're trying to stay concentrated on your competition, and all of these candidates are doing a great job. Great job handling and balancing that pressure. Here's one of the referees, as I was calling them, in the white hats. This is one of the judges who is watching over all of the contestants to make sure that that they're using quality local ingredients, to look at the cleanliness of their stations, to look at how organized they are. And so these jury members in the kitchen will help inform the decision of the other jury members who we met out in the conference room. We're back on Louis Barbier from Hauts-de-France region. And now I see that the jury has moved on to our fourth candidate. Our fourth candidate is Christina Pons from Menorca, who shared a wonderful story with us yesterday. She was very connected to her traditional dish of Menorca-style calamari with baked potatoes that she explained was a typical Christmas dish served in Menorca, and one that the whole family gathers around. And the main ingredient of the dish is squid. And there was a nice conversation between Armand and Christina about how to keep squid nice and moist, not let it dry out. And that we see there's a nice exchange between the jury members, some of these very esteemed chefs who have 40 plus years of career behind them and are young chefs. So there's some nice transmission going on between the generations of chefs as well. And what Christina is doing today, she's working on her innovative dish, which she calls Memories. And the innovation here for her lies mostly in modifying the cooking procedure and the texture of the ingredients. Again, there's the texture that we're talking about, but always with the aim of achieving the same flavorful result. Christina is 23 years old, and she has concluded a higher degree in kitchen management at EHTB in Barcelona. She shares that since she was a child, everyone knew that she liked cooking most. And after 2 years of studying economics, she decided to dedicate herself to what made her feel complete, which is cooking, where she tries to give visibility to Menorca and its products and help show off the culinary richness of the island. And let's see, it looks like we've moved on to the fifth candidate. We have here Oscar Kraus. Oscar is 18 years old and comes from Ytre, a small island off the coast of the Trøndelag region in Norway that has just over 5,000 inhabitants. Yesterday he presented bacalhau for his traditional dish, and he explained that it was a traditional Norwegian coastal dish inspired by Portuguese fishermen who went to Norway many decades ago. And Paula Frade, who is of course, who lives in Portugal now, is Portuguese, she, when she tasted it, she said, wow, I really went home with this dish. So we see the tastes of Portugal influencing the tastes of Norway. A lot of history in that dish, which was very nice to hear about. Oscar explained that bacalhau is served on celebrations on Sundays as a normal weekend meal, especially along the coast. Bacalhau is traditionally prepared with a tomato-based sauce and salted dried cod, klippfisk, which is a specific type of cod caught early in the season, then salted and let to dry on the rocks leading down toward the ocean. Oscar's innovative dish today is called bacalhau à la Oscar. And this dish will be based on dried fish, torfisk, potato fondant, hand-picked scallops, and hand-gathered seaweed. Even I'm seeing here that it's a gourmet seaweed that's referred to as the truffle from the ocean. I'm looking forward to tasting that one. It looks like Diane is, once again, looking at those ingredients, making sure they're local. Congratulating Oscar. I have a feeling that the ingredients are approved by Diane.
Non, mais ça devrait pas tarder, et comme ils vont y aller, tu pourras plus la changer après.
Two-star Michelin chef Alexandre Gauthier giving the thumbs up to Oscar. That must feel nice in the kitchen. And Pau Sintes, who was the winner of last year's competition, looking on. And those are all the contestants in the first kitchen. There are actually two different kitchens that the contestants are working in. They're working side by side, but of course, yes, this is the second kitchen. So of course, all of the contestants are working side by side, trying to stay concentrated on, of course, on what they're doing. As our referees, as our kitchen judges walk around to make sure, I see one of these kitchen judges making sure that Oscar is setting up in an organized fashion. Later on, I'll go ask them, ask the judges in the kitchen how things are going, if they see an improvement or any differences from yesterday and today. Of course, these candidates are all, excuse me, they're all in these brand new kitchens, so they had time yesterday to become a little bit accustomed to them. But it's a different exercise as well to be working in a space that is not necessarily familiar. Yes, we see Osvaldo is pretty much ready to start, but he has to wait for his official start time, of course, because everyone has exactly the same amount of time to prepare their dishes, to cook them, making sure everything is ready for his start time. And this is back in kitchen 1. We're able to see Oscar. We're able to see Alessia. Oscar working on his bacalao à l'Oscar. Alessia working on her gnocchi. Yes, the time to go from the first kitchen to the second kitchen will allow Osvaldo, Matthias, Dimitrios, and Bastian the time to set up. We'll have a quick break, and you can watch our chefs in action in the kitchen. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
2 minutes avant la reprise du direct, 2 minutes.
I see people are coming in slowly but surely this morning to support their candidates and represent their region. I would like to, I see Alex Marcon in our audience right now, who is also, happens to be the executive chef for Alexandre Gauthier at La Grenouillère, who will be also scoring for Mr. Gauthier today after Mr. Gauthier tastes the food. You will be in charge of scoring. So could you just tell me a little bit, what is it like being the executive chef for a 2-star Michelin chef?
So, nice to meet you, everyone. So I present myself. So I'm Alex. I'm from this region too, and from this lycée where I school in 8 years ago. And instead the time I will work in La Grenouillère like executive chef. So I become executive chef like 2 years ago, but before I was like just in training period at La Grenouillère, and after a period, and the chef gave me his trust, and after other people, I will be the chef now in La Grenouillère, and I'm really proud to be here, to be of the other side, and try to score like a chef, and like for Alexandre Gauthier. So really proud today to be here, and thank you very much for your welcome.
Of course, thank you so much, Alex. Now that's really special. I didn't realize you went to this school? Yeah. I didn't even realize that. Well, that's wonderful. How does it feel to be back here?
It's not changing a lot, but just every people get some old, so it's nice.
We won't tell them that. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So Alex will be joining us later to like I said, to help evaluate these dishes, and will be the spokesperson for Alexandre Gauthier, his executive chef. So thank you very much, Alex. And now what you might not see at home are the wonderful people who have traveled from their regions with the candidates to show their support. And each candidate actually has a mentor that has guided them through this process, that has helped them prepare for a competition, what it is to be in a culinary competition. It helps keep them level-headed. It helps the candidates to maybe look for solutions that they might not have thought of, and of course, it provides moral support, which can be very important when these candidates are traveling far from home when they're being judged, when they're having to do many things last minute, be very spontaneous. It's good for them to stay grounded, and that is the help and the work of the mentors. So I would love to have one of our mentors come up, two of our mentors actually, Silvia Anglada, who is a slow food chef from the Estate de la Silvia. And Tony, could you help me with this pronunciation? Tony Tararo. Thank you so much. And you were the mentors. You have some experience as mentors now, correct?
Yes, really, Sylvia Anglada and Tony spent a lot of time mentoring the young chefs from Menorca. And of course, last year we saw the result of that with Pau Cintas winning last year's event from Menorca. Tony just said to me, he said, that brings fond memories, their trophy. So, yeah, I think it'd be lovely to talk about, you know, what it is to be a mentor. And because you've been with us for a number of years now, you've followed us. You were in Portugal, you were in Trøndelag last year. You know, what is your experience being as mentors?
Bueno, la experiencia de ser mentor es muy bonito, primero porque conoces a mucha gente, a todas las regiones, conoces la cultura de cada región, que es lo más importante y es lo que todos venimos a resaltar aquí, y sobre todo a la gente, a todos los jóvenes chefs, las ganas y el ímpetu que tienen en demostrar todo lo que la región les proporciona, y yo creo que eso es maravilloso. Aparte, bueno, el año pasado con Pau fue sublime.
Diane, could you translate?
Yes, as you see, we're very multilingual.
Absolutely,
here,
that's what Europe is about as well. That's wonderful.
Sylvie was just saying that it's been a fabulous experience as a mentor, because the opportunity to meet the other mentors, to meet the other regions, to learn about the other regions, but above all to see the finalists and their transformation and help them on their journey. That is very beautiful. And of course, the whole experience for them has been absolutely marvelous to participate as mentors.
Wonderful. Tony, do you have any words to add?
Bueno, aparte de todo lo que ha dicho Silvia, es lo que te queda, ¿no? Es una buena amistad, pasas muchísimas horas juntos trabajando, discutiendo, llorando. Sí, porque evidentemente no todos son alegrías. Tuvimos la gran suerte el año pasado con Pau de ganar, pero no siempre es así, y luego te llevas decepciones, te llevas chascos, pero lo que te queda es una bonita amistad con un chico joven que empieza, que puede contar siempre contigo, aquí, allí y en casa, es igual. Y luego, evidentemente, lo que ha hecho Silvia, conocer a otras personas de otros lugares, de otras regiones y de otras maneras de hacer.
Wonderful. Could you summarize?
Tony agrees completely with Sylvia, the opportunity to meet everybody and see everybody and so on. But he also picked up on another point, which is about the friendship that you build with the young chef on the journey, because obviously before they come here, they work many hours in the kitchen together, practicing, rethinking the recipe, putting, helping them solve particular problems so that they can do the dish within the 2.5 hours and comfortably. And so, there's a lot that goes into mentoring behind the scenes. Tears you mentioned, and surprises, and so there's a lovely journey to be had mentoring a young chef. And of course they had the fortune of Pau winning last year, which was, I guess, a very, very wonderful compensation for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm actually, I was looking back at, yes, a round of applause for our wonderful mentors.
And actually for all of the mentors in the room, because we have a number from Sicily, from Catalonia, from Norway, we can see them around the room. Sorry if I haven't mentioned you, but they're all here supporting their young chefs, and they've been working very hard at home to get their chefs up to point, ready for this
Absolutely.
competition.
And you know what? They might be more nervous than the chefs themselves.
Absolutely.
The chefs have the adrenaline running. They're very concentrated on their recipes, and we have our mentors who I assume are rooting for their home team, for those representing their region. But I'm sure it's a little nerve-wracking as well to know what's going on in the kitchen. I'm wondering if Pau could tell us a little bit about that mentoring relationship, which really is at the it's a wonderful initiative that's at the heart of this competition. Pau, what did it mean to you to have someone who knows what it's like to be in the business helping you through last year's competition?
Yeah, for sure. They helped me a lot, and they are still helping because sometimes I ask some things to her now for my restaurant. But I think it's so nice to know the way of cooking, of real cooking, no? Because well, they have the unique restaurant with slow food in Menorca. That maybe it's only an etiquette, but it's so important to know about that, because they know a lot of the products of the real products of Menorca. So thanks to them, because I could discover a lot of products that I would never know. So thank you, Silvia Antone.
Wonderful. Thank you for that special mentor relationship. I see that Jaume Gomila has graced us with his presence now. He is an IGCAT board member from Menorca. I'm wondering if you could come up here, Jaume, and give us a little bit. Maybe you can stand with Diane, who's also one of your IGCAT collaborators. And we'll go back to a little bit about the history of the IGCAT. You must feel very proud of the decision to support a great event like the European Young Chef Awards. What is the main purpose and the value for you for this competition?
Well, first of all, good morning to the jury members. Good morning to the audience. For me, being part of IGCAT has changed my life, and I think that not only my life, but also the life of my whole community in Menorca. We started this process in 2018, and we have been able to see during 5 years how this way of working public, private, third sector and educational sector together can do a significant change in a region, in a community, in a territory. And of course, the European Young Chef Award is a flagship project, as it chasing the fact of empowering young ambassadors, because they are the future. Pau, for example, we are so proud of him, and we are proud of all the other young chefs that have this prize. But in fact, it's not so important to win, because they are all winners. They are winners in the sense that they will be representing forever these special territories that have a strong and deep commitment with a positive change.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
what does it mean for Menorca, for the visibility to have that label as European Region of Gastronomy?
It had changed our self-concept and our self-esteem, and the esteem and the concept. I mean, not only the first thing is that you have to believe in you, and then the others, the visitors, have changed. Of course, we were a destination focused on beautiful beaches and summer, but now people are looking for living experiences with us. And for me, there's no difference between an inhabitant and a visitor, because I want the visitor to experience our recipes, our products, to show to the visitor the best of us, and to do a sort of co-living, co-loving. And yes, I think that Menorca is on the right pathway thanks to Menorca European Region of Gastronomy. I really encourage all the territories that have this advocacy and this agency for change, that they can think about this possibility, because it's really, really, really empowering for the people and for everyone, in fact.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a beautiful story to hear.
Thank you.
About Menorca. Thank you very much. And I do see we have another representative from one of the regions where the competition was last year in Trondheim-Trøndelag, the Norway region. I see Ida Lee Wright. Thank you so much for joining us. I know now everyone in the audience is looking at each other. When is she going to call on me? Thank you so much for being willing to come and talk to us, to talk to our audience watching from home. What does it feel like coming here to you're supporting Oscar Kraus from your region? How have you seen his growth over the past couple of days?
Well, this is the first time I've partaken, and it's been really special. And I think yesterday was really inspiring and really helpful for the young chefs to get to know the kitchen and to learn more about each other. So I think the first day with the traditional dish is really important, just to set the mood and see the changes in their faces yesterday when they were more relaxed and they'd met the jury. So yeah.
And do you recognize your region in the dish of Oscar?
Oh yes, definitely. We all grew up with that, especially the coastal people of Norway. That's a dish that's really close to our hearts. So it's special to see it up on stage.
And I suppose the people watching who are supporting Oscar, they must be very proud. How did the community react to his nomination, to his win of the region, and then his candidacy for European Young Chef 2023?
Well, we had a lot of very strong candidates, all representing different parts of Norway. But it was really interesting to see how the island community around Oscar, because Oscar is from an island called Hitra, and he works in the neighboring island called Frøya. It's 10 minutes drive, but all the islanders came together. They were like, I will make your butter, I will grow your tomatoes, and I will help you get the seaweed you need. So it's been really special, and all of Oscar's ingredients are really from the island and from the coastal area outside. So the community out there is really something special.
That's wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
That's wonderful to see. And we were talking about Menorca and how the label has influenced tourism. Now I'm wondering if the label influences your tourism in your region at all. There's a big food festival. Have more tourists been attracted to this because of the label?
Well, I think it's just really interesting to look at the history, because my company, OI, is much like IGCAT. It's a non-profit organization created in 2005, and we are owned by the producers, by the hotels, by everyone, because they wanted to collaborate. And so in 2005, we created the first food festival, and it was quite small. You have to remember that Norway is quite cold. We do not have the history of food festivals like many other countries. So for us, this is kind of a new innovation. And this year we had over 200,000 visitors.
Wow.
And 9% increase in turnover for our producers and our exhibitors. And really the food festival is for them to showcase what they make, what they live off, and to bring the communities out to them for the rest of the year.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It sounds like a delicious festival. Diane,
You should come.
Yes,
Yeah.
I would love to know.
I have to say, it's one of the best food festivals in Europe for sure, because I see a lot of food festivals.
Of course,
I can imagine.
with IGCAT, of course.
Yes, but I was, enthralled by the food festival in Trondheim because of the huge support that every municipality is giving to their local producers, and I think that is the key, and I think that's what you've done so well. Also combining it with a craft beer festival helps, and combining it with an arts festival, a music festival. So they have the St. Olaf music festival. And I think that's when you see the landscape, the people, the gastronomy, arts and culture all coming together. It's a winning mix.
No, we're very proud of, and as I said, I think the collaboration is key. So that's really what I think that the European Region of Gastronomy has helped us put even more focus on, and now with Young Chef Award, obviously, and also want to mention that we are hosting Bocuse in March, so you're all welcome to come and join us.
March, mark your calendars,
festival.
everyone.
Yes, so thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
you.
Thank you, Ida. So that was last year's competition, Trondheim-Trøndelag. This year, of course, we're in Hauts-de-France, and I see Stéphanie Guérin, who's in the room. Could you come, Stéphanie, and let us know Stephanie, you can speak in French, and I'll be happy to translate. Yes.
Thank you, dear.
Now, so this year, Hauts-de-France received the label Region Européenne de Gastronomie. We'll already go into French. Why not? Quels étaient les plus grands moments de cette année pour vous?
Oh, il y en a eu beaucoup. On a eu plus de 700 événements cette année.
700?
Ouais,
2 par jour?
Ouais. Alors, la région est très grande. Mais on a fait les comptes et ouais, il y a eu 700 événements.
Wow.
Donc, preuve qu'il y a vraiment une belle dynamique.
Et parmi ces 700 événements... Ah, sorry. Of course. So this year, Stephanie was explaining that there were over 700 events related to this new label that the Hauts-de-France region has received. So Hauts-de-France has been very busy. And I'm wondering, I'm going to ask Stephanie if there are a couple of initiatives, a couple of events in particular that have stayed in her memory a little bit.
Oui, et puis je pense que c'est aussi grâce à notre ambassadeur,
yes.
Alexandre Gauthier, qui non seulement a été à nos côtés tout au long de l'année.
Alexandre Gauthier,
merci
of course,
encore,
who is
Alexandre.
The ambassador of this label for the Hauts-de-France region. And she said this has, of course, been extremely helpful for the cause of the label in Hauts-de-France.
Yes, et avec d'autres chefs également, je crois que vous étiez 25. C'est ça, 40
okay, 25 chefs who became 40 ambassadors.
Yes.
That's wonderful. And okay, so this year, lots and lots of events. What is in the future? Le futur gastronomique.
Ouais. On a bien évidemment préparé la suite. On ne veut pas s'arrêter au mois de décembre, on veut bien continuer. Ouais. Alors déjà au niveau du concours, on est ravis de vous accueillir et on est ravis aussi d'accueillir plusieurs de nos lycées qui sont présents aujourd'hui. Et
yes, thank you. So she's
au niveau régional.
Yes, so she's saying it's a pleasure to even be the hosts of this competition, to welcome many different. We're of course at a high school for gastronomy, but there are other high schools in this region who are also collaborating on this event. So she's welcoming all of those high schools from throughout the region.
Voilà. Et nos lycées ont dit, dès demain, on recommence et on va travailler pour avoir un nouveau candidat pour l'année prochaine et organiser une sélection au niveau de la région de manière à travailler tout au long de l'année.
That's wonderful. And they won't stop because starting tomorrow, they'll start looking for their next ambassador, their next candidate for the European Chef Awards. So I see that the agenda is full for Hauts-de-France. It was full last year. It will be full this year. And thank you so much for having us, Stephanie, in this beautiful Hauts-de-France region gastronomique européenne 2023. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe our jury will be headed back into the kitchen very shortly. I think I'm going to take a look and see how things are going before we have our jury go back in there. So why don't you hang tight for a little bit? I'm going to go see what our candidates are up to, make sure that everything is going fine. Maybe I'll get to talk with one of these referees, as I keep calling them, but they're the judges in the kitchen. We'll see what's going on there, and then the jury will be able to go see the second kitchen. Je peux aller dans la première d'abord ou je vais dans le deuxième?
Le deuxième, Joanne.
Ah, ok.
Je vais allumer là-bas quand même au cas où.
Ok. Okay, here we are in the second kitchen, and it looks like, can you hear me, Cédric? Vous m'entendez avec mon micro? Ok, super. These technological things that we have to work out sometimes as well for the streaming. It looks like everything has started in the second kitchen. So before our jury comes in here, I'll announce who we'll be talking about. We'll be visiting Hauts-de-France from Catalonia, Matthias Roisko, Bastian Bock, and Dimitrios Mavropoulos from the South Aegean region. They're getting their station set up. I see everything looks extremely organized. Matthias already starting to season his fish a little bit. Dimitrios grabbing his salt for his lard and cabbage recipe. I'll tell you more about the particular dishes, the specific dishes, when I get out of the kitchen and I tell the jury that they can come on in. Everyone's weighing their ingredients, double-checking their recipes. Maybe a little bit of the calm before the storm situation. We'll see. I'll tell the jury members that they can come in. Start observing. They can watch how these preparations are being made. While I give you the background of each of the participants and tell you a little bit more about their traditional dishes that they presented yesterday and also their innovative take. So I'm going to go back behind the camera and let the jury know that they can come on in. Non, je vais dire aux jurys qu'ils peuvent entrer.
C'est pas avec lui, c'est avec l'autre rouge que tu avais tout à l'heure.
Ah oui, d'accord.
Je vais juste voir dans la cuisine si c'est bien branché, du coup cravate plus, elle y va. Bah, elle m'a demandé et j'ai dit non 2, là vous l'avez.
Okay. Great, thank you. So jury, I went back into the second kitchen to make sure that everyone is ready. It looks like everyone's setting up. They've started their... So why don't you go ahead, do the job that you know so well how to do, observe, take notes. You've been able to already maybe reflect and summarize your thoughts about the first set of young chefs who had started earlier. And we'll be seeing you from the camera, and I'll be commenting a little bit on what you're doing, and I'll introduce all of the candidates and their dishes from behind the camera. Okay, so here's our jury in kitchen number 2. They're interacting with Hauts-de-France. representing the Catalonia region. Osvaldo is a 19-year-old cooking student, originally from Bolivia, who moved to Barcelona when he was 12 with his family. And there he tells about how he welcomed the learning, the possibility of learning more about the history, art, and gastronomy of Catalonia, and really immersed himself in it. His interest in cooking began when he was 9, and he used to help his grandmother in his small restaurant. So, of course, there's a lot of history to the dish that Osvaldo is cooking. His traditional dish yesterday was molts Gaudi, so Gaudi-style red mullets. And he explained to us that this was an iconic dish that revolutionized Catalan cuisine. And it's very important for the history and the tradition of Catalan food. It was a turning point in the history. And Amand, who is there, we see he commented that he commented already on the artistry of Osvaldo's dish yesterday, and that it already looked very original, that it already looked like a piece of art. And today, for his innovative dish, Osvaldo will be cooking a Gaudi red mullet mosaic. So he's clearly inspired by art, especially from Gaudi, of course, Anton Gaudi, the famous architect in Barcelona. So the main ingredient in Osvaldo's dish are the red mullet loins. He says the head and the spines of the fish are roasted in the oven together with shallots and tomatoes to obtain a dark fish stock and to thicken its texture. And I see that our jury, Pau is staying a little bit more with Osvaldo. Maybe he has some follow-up questions. And the rest of our jury has moved on to our 7th candidate, Matthias Roisko, from the Lake Saima region of Finland. Matthias is an 18-year-old third-year culinary student. And he's from a small town in Finland, Savonlinna, the Savonlinna region, a small town surrounded by clear waters and clean forests, from which he gets most of his inspiration in the kitchen. He's a huge supporter of using sustainable and local ingredients in the kitchen. I'm sure that our judges are making sure of that as they talk with him. And he forages for the plants in his recipe in the clean and beautiful forests of the Lake Saima region. We see Matthias very confidently answering questions from Diane in the jury. Thea and Amand are probably discussing this very dish, or even the traditional soup that Matthias made for us yesterday, and how he will transform that. Yesterday, his traditional dish was Saima fish soup. And he said this fish soup is very traditional, that depending on the ingredients and the season, the dish itself can vary a lot. And for his traditional dish, Matthias used his grandmother's recipe, which is a broth, starts with a broth that's prepared with the bones and the head of the fish. Matthias said yesterday that none of the fish is wasted in the preparation of this soup. And today he'll have a little different take on it. What he's preparing right now is called When the Forest Meets Lake Saima. That's the very poetic name of his dish, which is a roll of pike perch served with smoked potatoes, forest herbs, beurre blanc, and glazed chanterelle mushrooms. And now the ingredients that he's using here are the same, mainly, as the traditional recipe. But he tells us that today it will have a different twist, and he is constructing something very different. So Matthias might be one of those who surprises us with his innovative dish today. And I'm excited to see what this forest twist is. Matthias shared with us that his dream is to work with the best chefs around the world and always keep learning and improving his cooking. And with this competition, he hopes to gain more experience in competitive cooking and learn new skills, which I'm sure he is doing. This is, of course, a very courageous thing to do for any young chef. Matthias is 18 years old, so this isn't his first competition. Of course, he already won his regional competition, but I applaud all the young chefs. And at 18 years old, it's quite a brave endeavor. I see now that our jury has moved on to our 8th contestant. This is Dimitrios Mavropoulos from the South Aegean region. Dimitrios is 25 years old. In the last year, he concluded his culinary studies and started working as a commis chef at M Eating restaurant in Mykonos. And he chose this particular establishment to work at because it embodies values such as the respect for and use of traditional ingredients and recipes, something that Dimitrios is very much intrigued by. He's interested in everyday cooking, and he feels that a well-cooked meal brings out the best in people. I think a lot of our young chefs are looking for that. Yesterday they were talking about the importance of food and connecting people, bringing them joy, bringing them happiness. And you see how passionately they talk about this, and there's really a purpose behind this profession that they've chosen, and that they're already have started. Yesterday, Dimitrios cooked a traditional dish from Mykonos, lard with cabbage. And this lard with cabbage dish was very popular in folk festivals in Mykonos. He explained to us that in the past, pigs were considered part of the family's fortune in Mykonos, and of course, then when they slaughtered one, they had to use all of the animal from nose to tail, as he said, to provide meals for the family for a whole year. So his innovative dish is an innovation on lard with cabbage today. And we'll see how he makes this very traditional dish that he described as not always easy to eat for contemporary diners, for contemporary palates. We're going to see how he makes this more accessible, this dish more accessible to a contemporary eater. I'll say it like that. He's going to replace the lard with pork belly today. And now our jury members have moved on to the last contestant, Bastian Folk from Slovenia. Bastian Vok is 25 years old, and he comes from a small village in Slovenia. He enrolled in Velen High School for service activities, and after that, he continued his studies at the High School of Catering and Tourism in Maribor, where he graduated. Now, Bastian is not new to cooking competitions. He's already had several medals, several achievements, and he's part of the Slovenian national chefs team, which is, of course, quite an honor. So that is one thing cooking in itself is one thing, and then cooking competitively is another. So some of our young chefs, this is their first European-wide competition. For others, it is not. And one thing is sure is that they're all learning from each other. Now, yesterday, Bastien presented us with medenjak, a gingerbread with walnut kernels and honey milk, which is a traditional dish from Slovenia. The main ingredients are honey and walnuts. So bees and their honey were the star of the show yesterday for Bastien. And he explained to us that this local dish is what grandmothers used to use for their grandchildren when they had a cold, and that the ingredients were homegrown and also healthy. And today his innovative dish is called a honey hug. So we're going to see a big transformation from that traditional gingerbread into something more innovative today. And now his dessert today is still quite simple in the ingredient list. There's 3 simple ingredients. Honey and walnuts, of course, but he's added pear this time. And what he's doing right now is working on the walnut panna cotta and walnut crumble, the honey parfait and honey crisp, the walnut staple with pear gel on it. Now, all of this sounds simple when I'm listing these ingredients, but we know that that a dish can be simple and complex all at the same time, and sometimes that's the difficulty, is finding those nuances that I'm sure Bastien will do a great job finding, and modernizing the plate by thinking locally and using local ingredients. Right now, Bastien seems to be very confidently presenting his ingredients to the jury. The jury seems very interested in the ingredients, which, of course, the honey comes from bees that are very close to Bastien's home, as he explained to us yesterday. That he has a very special relationship with the beekeepers in his area. And what's clear is that he understands the importance of bees, and he puts them and their wonderful honey at the center of his recipe. I see that our jury is leaving now the station of Bastien. I bet they'll come back out to take notes on all the jury. I'm going to go try to find some of the jury in the kitchen and ask a few questions to them. You can do this in English or French or whatever. En français? Okay, so I will be translating. Yes, yes, but we keep seeing you. On vous voit passer devant la caméra, de passer à côté des candidats, de regarder. Bah, déjà, est-ce que vous pouvez vous présenter et vous pouvez me dire ce que vous faites dans la cuisine aujourd'hui?
Oui.
Et hier.
Oui. Alors, Bastien Frère, donc je suis professeur de cuisine ici au lycée hôtelier.
Okay, he's one of the cooking teachers at this high school or at a different high school? Ah, at this high school. Okay, wonderful.
Et aujourd'hui, donc aujourd'hui et hier, donc chargé de gérer la cuisine pour le bon fonctionnement.
Thank you. So he's in charge of making sure that this kitchen is running properly and that it's functioning well.
Maintenant, bon voilà, le concours est en route. L'intérêt étant de veiller à ce que les candidats ne manquent de rien.
So you're looking after the candidates to make sure that they have everything they need. Now, can I ask you, do the candidates have everything they need? Est-ce qu'ils ont tout ce qu'il leur faut? Ou...
Oui, beaucoup de candidats ont ramené du matériel, quelques ingrédients, et nous on complète en cas de...
Okay, so some of the candidates have brought their own ingredients, their own material, and their job is to complete that material in case the candidates need it. Have you seen an evolution in the attitude of the chefs between yesterday and today? Est-ce que vous avez aperçu un changement dans le comportement, dans la confiance un peu des jeunes chefs entre hier et aujourd'hui?
Oui, les candidats ont plus de confiance aujourd'hui puisqu'ils connaissent les lieux, donc ils ont pu travailler hier dans de bonnes conditions et aujourd'hui, maintenant, dans le cadre de la revisite de leur plat traditionnel, forcément, on les sent plus à l'aise, mais très concentrés.
Yes, of course. So yes, of course they're more at ease today now that they have familiarized themselves with their kitchens, and maybe they have a lot of concentration as well. He said. So the last thing I will ask before I leave the kitchen and go back in is what. Will you be talking to the other jury to give them a little bit of insight as to how things are going in the kitchen? Will that inform the jury's decision? Est-ce que vous allez parler un peu avec le jury qu'on a vu dans l'autre salle pour leur donner un peu plus d'infos de comment ça se passe ici? Est-ce que ça compte aussi dans l'évaluation?
Si besoin d'informations, bien évidemment, on peut les donner. Donc il y a la communication qui peut s'opérer entre la cuisine et puis le jury qui dégustera. Mais oui, on peut communiquer sans problème.
D'accord. Ok, donc il y a un bel échange entre les deux équipes. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, we'll take a short 5-minute break. We'll let you watch the young chefs in action, and we'll be back. Thank you very much. C'est parfait, c'est parfait.
Je sais pas si je dois reculer, non, bon.
sur... Okay, 1, 2, 3. Are we rolling? Are we back in kitchen 1? Does everyone see us? Tout le monde nous voit, Cédric? D'accord. Can you check? Yes, so we're doing a mic check. It's green. Everyone hears me at home and out in the conference room. Wonderful. Yes, of course. We're just handling the technical aspect of this interview in the kitchen before we actually go into the interview itself. So now we're in the first kitchen. You saw me before in the second kitchen talking to one of our judges, one of our kitchen judges, one of our referees with white hats, I'm calling them. And we have here Franck Barusier, who has his name very conveniently on his outfit, so that is very helpful. So Franck, je vais le faire aussi en français. Est-ce que vous pourriez me dire comment ça se passe dans votre cuisine aujourd'hui?
Eh bien, ça se passe très très bien. Je pense que déjà on voit des candidats à l'aise, concentrés, qui sont dans de bonnes conditions de travail. On ne ressent pas de stress, on sent des gens qui sont bien préparés pour exécuter ce qu'ils ont à faire.
This is great. He's saying that he's seeing a lot of confidence and that they're confident, that they're ready. And it's all about that preparation, that they're prepared today. Donc, est-ce que vous avez vu une évolution entre hier et aujourd'hui?
Ah oui, évidemment, oui. Oui.
Yes, of course.
Ouais, hier, il a fallu, comme dans tous les concours, voilà, gérer le stress, prendre ses marques. Je pense que c'est très bien de faire une organisation sur les 2 jours, avec un plat, somme toute, un peu plus simple, forcément, comme le concept le demande, traditionnel, le premier jour.
Yes, he's saying that for him, he sees the importance of planning this competition over 2 days, because the first day is a more simple recipe, maybe a little more évident, as we'd say in French. C'est un plat un peu évident, un peu plus facile. And today is a dish that he'll describe. Et aujourd'hui, c'est plus.
Et aujourd'hui, voilà, là, on est beaucoup plus dans la technicité. Sur tous les postes. Alors certes, il y a 1 heure en plus de préparation, mais on sent que là, il y a une vraie réflexion au niveau des contenants, l'utilisation des matières. Au niveau artistique, on voit plus du tout la même chose. C'est ça qui est intéressant, cette transformation-là.
Yes, he sees the transformation of the dishes, and that the technique, it's a much higher, more artistic technique, and he sees that transformation. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a eu so I'm going to ask him if there was anything he needed to provide for the chefs, if anything has gone wrong or if things have run pretty smoothly. Est-ce qu'il y avait des choses qui manquaient pour les candidats, des stress à gérer hier, des outils qu'il fallait trouver, qui n'allaient pas? Est-ce qu'il y a des anecdotes comme ça?
Des petites anecdotes concernant un candidat, bon, je pense qu'on peut le citer, au niveau du candidat numéro 3, Sander, qui nous vient du Danemark, qui est bien préparé, très technique, et un petit problème de prise de courant où la fiche n'est pas la bonne, donc il a fallu courir pour trouver l'adaptateur. En plus, c'est un matériel très particulier, donc, mais bon, on avait ça dans nos locaux.
Yes. There was just a little problem. I was asking him about some anecdotes. What can happen in the kitchen? And one of our candidates had to deal with a small electrical problem. So and of course you have to find a way to resolve that and continue on. And vous avez trouvé la solution?
Oui, bien sûr.
They found the solution. Bien sûr, he says with confidence.
Ici, c'est une école où on a toujours fait au lycée Touquet beaucoup de concours. Et on est très au courant des problématiques des concours. On sait ce qui peut arriver. Donc on essaye de prévenir le maximum de choses et d'être très proche des candidats. Même s'il faut les noter, on est quand même dans un esprit d'être à leur service pour les aider à s'exprimer au mieux.
Yes, so he's saying at the lycée, at the high school in Le Touquet, they have a lot of experience with concours, with competitions. So they kind of know what to expect, what might be problematic, and they try to be at the service, at the disposal of the candidates to help them with whatever they might need. So, of course, they have a very important role. We've seen that Kitchen 1 and Kitchen 2 are running very smoothly, and we see that the candidates are feeling at ease and comfortable here, and that's also thanks to the work of these wonderful chefs. Merci beaucoup, Franck. Merci.
Et puis une petite chose encore, aujourd'hui on remarque vraiment une volonté de gérer tout ce qui est déchets justement, de réutiliser les parures. Alors parfois certains les font infuser dans des bouillons, d'autres les font sécher et réalisent des assaisonnements ou des condiments avec. Enfin, on a bien compris l'esprit du concours dans cette cuisine. Je ne suis pas allé voir à côté encore, mais je pense qu'avec mes collègues, ils vont partager le même avis. Il y a un réel travail qui est fait de la part des candidats et des coachs en amont sur la gestion justement du produit.
Yes, he's talking about how they're managing their products, how they're reusing parts of products to season things, to decorate things, and he sees that evolution since yesterday. And so he's very impressed with the candidates' preparation for that and the coaches' preparation in all of this. So, merci beaucoup, Franck.
Merci à vous.
And vous êtes vraisemblablement très fier de votre cuisine aujourd'hui.
Oh, oui.
He's very proud of his kitchen today. Thank you, Franck. Diane, could you join me? Oh, I see Louis is working on something. Yes.
He's very busy. I'm very conscious not to be in his way.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Maybe, step back a little bit so that he has his passageway.
We'll move back because Louis will soon be ready to present his dish, so I'm sure he's very concentrated. What did you notice, Diane, when you were walking around the kitchens, looking at the ingredients, interacting a little bit with the chefs? What did you notice today? And was there a difference from yesterday?
I think their confidence is there. Their creativity is coming out now. So yesterday we saw them a little bit nervous and also a little bit, I'm cooking a dish that maybe, it's fine, but it's not what I want to present in a competition. This is, as my grandmother would have cooked it. And
they were sticking to the rules.
But they were sticking to the rules and so on. Today you can see they're alive. Because it's their creation, it's their recipe, it's products from their region, and what's been so lovely is that they're all ready to talk about the products from their region and why it's important to them.
And it's lovely, we hear this buzzing and we see, I feel this energy that you're talking about. They're very concentrated. And what's really nice is you see the technique, you see the gestures, the beauty in their gestures of these artworks they're creating. Right now, Louis
and
is
it's so
very
technical.
painstakingly,
it's so painstakingly technical sometimes.
Absolutely.
Some of them have many ingredients, others have less ingredients, and it's all about the technique. We're going to see. I mean, this is going to be really hard to judge. For the jury, I'm glad I'm not on the jury.
We just have to taste it. That's the easy job, isn't it? So let's just kind of walk around and see what we can see here. And this is Alessia.
Alessia painstakingly making the pasta by hand again.
Yes.
Really in the traditional way. So it's going to be really interesting to know how she transforms that into an innovative dish.
Absolutely.
And creates something.
And brings Sicily to us.
And brings Sicily to us. That's it.
Wonderful. Okay, and now.
Oh gosh, and now look at this.
Speaking of technique.
Yes. We're seeing some very minute details.
And now it's very interesting because it's of course a piece of art, and we see that there are these beautiful ceramic. I don't know if you can get a shot of this, Cédric, right now, but he's working on some beautiful ceramic plates.
Yes.
Which look like they have some imprints of fish bones on them almost. And I think there's a video where actually we see the ceramist working on that. So we'll find out more about that later.
Many of the young chefs are starting to work with local producers, potters, ceramicists, to also bring a plate from their region, again supporting the local economy. So these young people are really getting the idea that it's great to work and collaborate together, because if you get somebody who can create a plate for your dish, that really tells the story about your region, and it adds to the dish and it adds to the experience.
Oh, that sounds dramatic. We have a dramatic beep going off here. No, of course. We're here for looking a little bit at what Christina does, who, yes, this is interesting. Now, I know that she's using squid. Do you think that's squid?
I have no idea.
We'll find out later, but...
Surprise.
It's a surprise, a possible squid surprise, but this is, I mean, I am seeing works of art.
Absolutely.
Artists
a lattice work
yes.
that's being created. So it will be really
incredible.
interesting to
And I'm seeing some wine from Menorca, Sacudia.
And some olive oil.
Sal de Menorca.
Of course. So even the most basic ingredients like salt, they're bringing from their own regions because, you know, salt tastes differently too.
Of
and
course.
It makes the difference in a dish.
Of course.
So, really lovely to see young people using the local product.
Yes, they are so concentrated. We're going around talking about them. They are not even minding us. That's what.
They're so concentrated in their artwork.
Absolutely, and we see Oscar.
Yeah.
Carrying
the
it.
aromas.
Yes.
The aromas that are coming from each of these dishes as well. When you come into the kitchen, you just smell.
Yes.
Wow.
And there are these and
a cacophony of
yes,
aromas.
absolutely. And these smells that are associated with memories and stories, and that's what is fascinating to me about this competition is the stories that are coming out of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
About these dishes, and we see all of the candidates' connection to these dishes, to their history.
Absolutely. And you know what is great is that, you know, they've really taken the effort to bring, you know, the original piece so that we can see.
What is this?
The
This is dried fish.
transformation.
This is dried fish. Yes.
And they're telling us about the transformation. So this, you know, to make this palatable, you have to soak it for I don't know, 3 days, 4 days.
Yes, yes.
You know, and they know this is you know the way people used to conserve meat and fish in the past was by salting it.
And we're going back. We're going back to that.
I think it's great to go, back to the future.
Yes, back to the future. I love that. Hey, that's a great way of explaining it. Oh my goodness! And now I see Louis plating up
Louis
his.
is going to be the first one out. So,
Yes,
you know,
he'll be out
the
pretty
pressure
soon,
is on
actually.
for him in 10 minutes exactly.
Yes.
So the pressure is on him now. He's starting to plate. You know, everything can rest on this moment as well. It's
Absolutely.
not just the cooking.
Why don't we leave him to it, Diana? We'll go in the other kitchen.
Let's do that.
Let's
Let's
see.
give him some
Louis,
space
best
to
of
work.
luck to you all.
Best of luck.
10 minutes à peu près.
My goodness. Okay. Très bien.
Okay, we have
10
just
minutes.
10 minutes. The timing is crucial,
So,
so maybe we come back 5 minutes before.
Yes, we'll just go a little
Very
bit to see
briefly.
how things go out here, and then we'll. Can talk about. Okay, merci beaucoup à vous deux. Thank you so much. So now we are in the kitchen number 2. We'll just briefly have another look before we go talk to our jury members again. And I'm smelling, I walked in here, I saw a pot boiling, and it smells maybe a little vinegar, maybe a little alcohol, maybe a little, I don't know, but it was a definite hit to the senses. And I do see some glasses going up, some wine glasses. What do you think this is all about?
Well,
Diane?
you know, quite often the young chefs will bring a wine pairing, a beer pairing, or also a non-alcoholic drink as a pairing, which is actually really great and interesting for us because one of the things that we've noticed is in many of the regions, you know, we have lost a lot of the refreshment drinks that were local to a particular setting, and we need to bring those back. Healthier, local soft drinks and non-alcoholic drinks for our children, not
just concentrated juice, because concentrated juice is, full of sugar content. So we need alternatives, and so that would be something interesting for the future for us to explore more. But nevertheless, it's
maybe a drink competition
oh,
for
maybe a drink competition. Why not? Why not? They bring a lot the pairing to the plate, because if you need to clean the palate in order to taste the food, and what better way to taste the palate than to use the local wines or the beers that are inspiring sometimes the dishes. Sometimes they put it in the dish too.
Sure,
why not? Yes.
Yes, and even when you talk about cleansing the palate, I'm right here next to Bastian, who yesterday actually brought water from Slovenia, sparkling and still water, to offer the judges so that they could cleanse their palate before his dish, which is the only dessert dish featured in our competition. Is that something bold and innovative for you, featuring
Absolutely, but why not? I mean, we all drink water with our meals, and it's really nice to see somebody taking the interest to bring water from their region, because water tastes differently too. And we see even water sommeliers now. So we're really getting to a refinement of our taste buds.
Refinement of the taste buds. And with that, we're going to run back into the other room, because Louis Barbier is getting ready to serve his dish. So we're going to get in place for that. Meet you there. Okay, we have one more minute before Louis Barbier comes out to present his innovative dish. The tension is mounting. I can feel it. Everyone's excited. I see people rushing back into the room. So Louis has the tough job of presenting first, of talking to the jury first. He'll be kicking off this second day of the competition and the first official day of competition, because this is when the judges will be scoring. Yesterday, of course, the judges were taking notes about the traditional dish, asking questions, because they're looking for the evolution from the traditional dish into the innovative dish. So what happened yesterday is, of course, very important, although it was not scored. And today we're looking at very specific criteria. I see the judges have quite a detailed sheet in front of them of different criteria to look at. They're revising. And they'll have the difficult job of scoring, talking amongst themselves, deciding first, second, third. It is not an easy job. I wish you all best of luck as well. And now, Diane, you were talking about pairing. I see that already set up on Louis' table. We have beer from the region.
And I think that's very typical from this region, the beer, no? I think you're well known for the beer in this region.
Is that true, Alexandre?
C'est vrai, on n'a pas encore, on a un petit peu de vigne, un petit peu, mais il y a de la champagne quand même dans les Hauts-de-France. Et on commence à planter du raisin un petit peu à 25-30 km d'ici.
Okay, so they do have a few vines in the region, and they're starting to plant more. And this is beer, you think?
Je n'ai pas vu, mais je pense que c'est...
Il pense aussi, et je pense que vous savez plus que moi comment...
Pour être sûr, il faudrait goûter.
Voilà. Ça, c'est le plus prudent de... Bien sûr. Et donc, I'm going to stop right where we are, because I see these beautiful plates coming out. And Louis Barbier from Hauts-de-France, bravo, all ready for this beautiful presentation. Now, Louis, je serai juste à côté de vous et vous pouvez parler dans cette micro pendant que vous servez.
Hi, come with me on my universe with this forest decoction. Est-ce que quelqu'un peut servir, s'il vous plaît? Un verre, un dernier. This decoction is composed of sponge, lichen, ortiz, and bouleau. It's bouleau it's for the digestion. It's this salad is inspired of nénuphar of Pierrefonds, at 5 kilometers of my home.
Nénuphar, which are, of course, water lilies.
This vinegar is composed of the vinegar of beer, of my vinegar of beer. Quelqu'un peut mettre? Comme ça. Et un peu de sauce. Après tu fais comme ça. Est-ce qu'on peut apporter les assiettes? This beer is created by Delphine et Gauthier, two little productors at Néry, little village and Oise. It is a triple with a taste of agrumes and leisure triple. For this salad, I created an aliment with beetroot and chicory with a technical of pointing. A juice of beetroot and the endive and the vacuum machine. I give the same code of the traditional recipes, but I just select the really good producer. For the recipes and for the daily, I work on the fermentation. I create my vinegar, fish, beer, tarragon, celery. With the raw bush, I create aromatic powder and bush. We have a bush on the top with a gel bush of mushroom and chicory. I work with steel ceramist for created this plate and aspect of nature. This plate and this. With the past event meteorological, it's not the time for prevention, it's the time to hide. For me, the best waste and tools that we do not produce. This competition is more important for me because we are the new generation and we have to act.
Thank you, Louis. Louis, could we have a quick picture? On peut prendre juste une jolie photo. On peut applaudir à nouveau. Bravo, Louis. Beautiful dish. And now you can come back, Louis, because I'm wondering if the jury has some questions. I already see that Paola has a question. Go ahead, Paola.
Hello, Louis. How can we start it? First, eat it with the beer or with the tea?
The decoction is before the plate.
Before.
Yeah.
We must try this before.
Yeah. Before the decoction and the beer. After the beer.
I see everyone's happy to taste that. Pao is now cutting into his plate. All right. Are there any other questions from our jury before I go and taste a little bit? Alexandre Gauthier has a question. Go ahead.
Ce goût de la nature, tu l'as comme ça parce que c'est l'inspiration du moment et que c'est la naturalité est importante en ce moment dans la cuisine, ou c'est parce que toi, dans ton enfance, c'est quelque chose qui te ancre dans tes balades ou dans tes souvenirs?
Pardon, je vais vous donner. C'est le jeu de micro.
Je suis d'une famille d'agriculteurs depuis limite des siècles, donc c'est vraiment quelque chose au quotidien où quand on se retrouve en famille, on est dans une ferme, depuis tout petit on va donner manger aux agneaux, aux biberons, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui me suit. Et là j'habite vraiment en plein milieu des champs, j'ai les champignons, bon il n'y a pas tout parce que forcément avec un problème d'intempéries, etc. Voilà, les champignons on ne peut pas trop calculer où on les trouve et quand on les trouve, mais j'aime aller aux champignons. J'aime cueillir le champignon, voilà, c'est quelque chose qui est vraiment important de me retrouver dans la forêt, etc. Voilà, depuis tout petit, c'est quelque chose qui est très familial. Voilà, cueillir la morille, les places de mon arrière-grand-père qu'on retrouve dans les mêmes villages et chaque année, voilà, c'est la tradition, les cèpes. Là, on vient de faire les cèpes en octobre et après vers avril, on va passer aux morilles. Chaque année, c'est comme ça.
Wonderful. Bravo. Okay, bravo, Louis. Merci beaucoup. And now we will have a video. Yes. What? One more photo. We want to take all of these beautiful photos, of course. And while we're waiting for the next competitor, could we please have the video that Louis Barbier made with his region? And I'm going to go taste this. Bravo again to Louis Barbier, Hauts-de-France. All right, and our next competitor who will be shortly coming out, Alessia Fisichella. She'll be coming out in 3 minutes. So as the jury is deliberating, Pao, have you seen an evolution between yesterday's dish and today's dish already?
Yeah, for sure. Has a good evolution. I remember some tasties, are new tasties that are combining good, but there is that some new ones as well.
Wonderful. Yes,
I wasn't here yesterday, but
yes.
no, you look beautiful, and for me it's my region, so I feel and I taste the.
Yes, could you tell us, I see that you're in front of a very detailed sheet. Could you tell us some of the headings? What are you looking for in this innovative dish?
About today?
Yes,
the presentation?
I see that, en fait, c'est très détaillé, la feuille que vous avez tous. Donc, quels sont des critères sur la...
So you have the Araman presentation of the dish at the first, and after the combination of the flavors, also the cooking points, the complexity of the recipe and innovation, and the flavors of the traditional dish. So the difference, like between
which you
yesterday and
probably
today.
know.
Yeah.
Yes.
So. No.
Okay, wonderful. Wendy, anything you'd like to say about the evolution of this dish?
Yes, it was a lovely, homely, in a lovely, affectionate way yesterday, and it has reached a chef level of presentation today, and that's not anything disparaging about Granny's cooking. You know that there's a place, there's just such an important place for both, but the presentation was really charming.
Wonderful. Do you have any comments, Armand, about the evolution? Of the first dish, yes. Already.
Yes, I was quite impressed. I'm impressed by the presentation, by the ingredients used. Okay, the beer impressed me enormously because
It was beer.
I am Belgian, I
Wonderful.
love beer, but I
Yes.
would have maybe thought of having a dark beer
Ah, okay.
instead of a lager or a blonde beer.
That's something maybe Louis will have to make the dish for you and you can
But
try it
I
with a
think
different...
for me it was quite impressive. This dish.
Wonderful. And of course, Louis was explaining in French. Alexandre Gauthier asked him about maybe the story or the heritage behind his plate. And so, of course, you understand when he explained in French that he lives very close to these mushrooms, that he was foraging themselves, his very, very close relationship that he has with his products. And I'm sure you could taste that.
J'étais vraiment impressionné par par la première, parce que je crois qu'à la compétition, ça sera très difficile pour nous tous, le jury, à décider pour le final, mais je crois que ce qu'on a déjà vu en cuisine, c'est vraiment tous les candidats, pour moi, ce sont des gagnants. Ils sont tous gagnants pour moi.
Yes, Amand reiterates that they'll have a tough time choosing winners, that they're all already winners, of course, in their region and just for being in this competition, and that Louis Barbier has set the bar very, very high to begin with. I'm looking forward to seeing these next plates coming out. And yes, please, could you talk a little bit more about that dish, Alexandre?
I'll just say to Diane, I like this plate because you find acidity and bitter, and usually ficelle Picard is a little bit fat and boring when you test. So là you can find it's plus élevé, plus élégant.
He's saying that it was because, of course, he knows the traditional dish that Louis Barbier presented yesterday, la ficelle Picard, that sometimes it's quite a heavy dish, and that today there were new surprising aromas, that it was more elegant, more raffiné, more refined. So a great innovative interpretation on that traditional dish.
And the acidity balanced that fat, so
Yes,
that
absolutely. The acidity, yes, the acidity that balanced the fat today, that is, and the bitterness of the dish, which is found also in the endives, which is, and here, bravo. All right. Beautiful. This is Alessia Fischella. Go ahead. You can pick up the microphone and describe your dish, Alessia. Go ahead.
Buongiorno a tutti, questo è il mio piatto.
Good morning, everyone. This is my dish.
È un piatto tradizionale della Sicilia. Il collegamento con quello tradizionale a quello innovativo è fatto proprio dai prodotti che ho utilizzato.
It's my innovative dish, the connection that it has with the dish I presented yesterday. It's the ingredients that I have used.
Ho voluto rappresentare uno gnocco con una forma sferica, non il solito classico gnocco, con a base una crema di piacentino ennese, un formaggio DOP della nostra regione che si fa solamente in poche parti locali.
So I wanted to present kind of spherical gnocchis that are kind of different from the usual ones, the traditional ones. And for the sauce they're served with, I've used, can you mi puoi ripetere il nome del formaggio?
Piacentino ennese.
I used Piacentino ennese, which is a typical cheese from her region, from Enna, specifically within Sicily.
Con aggiunta di guanciale nero dei Nebrodi e per aggiunta ho voluto mettere anche del limone candito.
So the sauce also has the Nebrodi pork jaws from the black pig of Nebrodi, another typical product from the region. And she added some, how do you say, candied lemon? Like, yes.
Lo gnocco inoltre è stato rosolato per qualche secondo in un olio all'aglio.
And the gnocchis have been sautéed for a few seconds in an oil aromatized with garlic.
Great, thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for Alessia on that presentation? Alessia, go ahead. A photo where we see this before we go to some jury questions. Brava. And now I see already the jury tasting, writing down. Alessia, maybe they might have some questions for you. So we'll see. Does anyone in the jury have any questions or comments for Alessia? They're busy tasting. Yes, I see that Thea has a question.
Lemon, you make your own? Questo limone l'ho fatto a te?
Sì, l'avevo fatto in precedenza perché è una procedura un po' lunga, perché richiede anche una notte intera questo procedimento e l'ho fatto a scuola e poi portato qui.
So she, the lemon, she made it herself, but since it's it takes quite a long time, it needs overnight to get ready, she brought it prepared from Sicily.
Wendy, I see you have a question. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you. The broad bean and the potato, I think it was. Yes, is it 50-50, or how much of the bean have you introduced to the gnocchi?
Sì, la proporzione di fave e patate negli gnocchi è 50-50?
Yes.
Okay, I see Amand has a question or a comment.
Well, I think all of us in the jury, if we get more beer, we might get a bit, we might change maybe our score sheet. But I really applaud you for using that quality beer, the different beer, instead of wine, because I'm sure that with a pasta dish, some local wine would definitely equal the taste to go with this dish. But I really applaud you for using your local region, this beer.
Lo chef si complimenta per la scelta della birra con la pasta invece di aver scelto un vino.
Grazie.
Okay, and now let's have a look, Joanne, at the video from the Sicily region and Alessia.
The period of greatest splendor dates back to the Roman rule between the 3rd and the 1st centuries BC. Cicero and other ancient sources reported that Centuripini had privileged relations with the city. During the imperial age, between the 1st and the 3rd centuries AD, numerous public monuments were built, which are still very well preserved. Centuripe is about 65 kilometers from Enna and is the easternmost municipality of the province. The town is located on the top line of a mountain formation and takes the shape of a starfish. With its altitude, it allows you to see the western side of Etna, along with the Simeto Valley and part of the Catania Plain. My name is Alessia. I am 19 years old. I have just enrolled at the University of Catania in food science and technology. I have 2 work experiences. The first last year in Simeri in Calabria with the Voi Hotels in the Voi Floriana residence, and the second this summer with the TH in Sardinia at the TH San Teodoro Liscia Eldi. My biggest dream is to travel and to go to New York. I've decided to undertake this path in the kitchen and become a chef thanks to the passion that my aunt passed on to me since I was very little. The State Professional Institute for Food, Wine and Hotel Hospitality Services, Don Pino Puglisi of Centuripe, headed by the school director Serafino Locascio, offers boys and girls who are preparing to leave middle school one of the most fascinating study and career paths. My journey in this field begins in Messina, where I was awarded Best Young Chef in 2022. I feel very motivated.
Okay, we're going
and I'm
to
looking
stop the
forward
video
to
that
this
we did
experience,
see
thanks to
yesterday
my
as
school
well, because
and
we
my
have
teachers.
Sander Mollerup representing Central Denmark. Go ahead, Sander.
Thanks. Yes, for my innovative dish, I will like to take you back to my harbor town, where the coastline is very beautiful, and that is what I try to encapsulate in this dish. So if you imagine the fluffy potato mash is the big beach dunes, and the sauce is the waves that keeps crashing in, and at the bottom at the plate there is some fish. The plate is made by a local artist with the idea that it should resemble the ocean floor and the fish that lies at the bottom. And it should look like the fish was washed away by the tide and the wind, and then makes the surface a bit gritty. If you start with the twill, it's made from locally handpicked seaweed. And then it's dressed with some flowers I picked this summer near the beaches, and then it's dressed with some bakskul powder, which the bakskul from yesterday that I took and then completely dried it to make a powder, and then I dressed it with on the twill. If we take at the bottom of the fish, there is some pickled mustard corns from the remoulade that I made yesterday. And then we have the rye bread, which is kind of surprised that the fish lies on. And then we have a sauce that's made from the fish stock, from the rest of the fish, so we use the whole part of the fish. And then the monkfish mosaic is rolled up in seaweed and this bakskul powder once again.
Bravo, thank you. Sander, excuse me, perhaps we could get a quick photo of you with your beautiful dish. Go around and hold that up proudly for our photographer. Bravo, it looks lovely. And now we can, we'll let everyone some time to taste. Diane says she's not sure she wants to dig into it. It's a work of art. Yes, it is beautiful. So now our jury members are tasting, and we have some time for questions, comments for Sander. They're almost, I see them, looks like they're dissecting to find all of the ingredients, all of the parts of this piece of art so that they can taste every aspect, every element. That looks like quite a complex dish. All right. Well, it's good. Some water in between every now and then to make sure the scorecards don't change. Yes, of course, of course. Do we have any comments or questions already from the jury? Anything that comes up? If you see, we could even, yes, maybe Armand, I see he has a question or a comment for Sander.
I think the presentation, it's a work of art. It's like a painting. Did anyone inspire you, an artist or locally or?
My dish, as I said before, is inspired by the coast. So it's not an artist, but it's the nature itself. And then, of course, I worked with a local ceramics to make the plate, who also comes from my area, who really understood the idea that I wanted to bring with the dish.
So this is your own creation? your own creativity.
Yes, it's my creativity from when I get inspired by the coast.
I congratulate you.
Any other comments or questions for Sander? I hear crunches. Wendy Berry, go ahead.
I would like
to sorry, Pau, and then Wendy.
I would like to congratulate you because we are remembering the flavors from yesterday, from the mayonnaise that has the mustard. We had the crunchy mustard on the bottom as well. The smoke that was so important of the fish, but we have the tender fish that is fresh, not the smoke that yesterday was a little bit more strong. So, congratulations.
Wonderful. Wendy, a quick comment, and then maybe Alexandra.
Just going to add that I like tasting each component, but then I need to taste them all together to see if it works, and it really fulfills that. Well done.
Wonderful. Alexandra, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qui vous vient à l'esprit quand vous goûtez cela?
Une puissance, une longueur en bouche. J'aimerais bien que notre ami cuisinier nous m'explique c'est quoi la galette en dessous du poisson.
What is the cake, la galette underneath the fish? Could you explain what that is?
The little seeds. Yeah, it's
seeds.
Yeah, the mustard seeds that I pickled. Yeah, yesterday I made a sauce with also some pickled vegetables and mustard corns. So that's why. Yeah.
Wonderful, bravo. Congratulations again, Sander, for a beautiful piece of art. And maybe we can see the video from Sander's region in Denmark. I'm sure everyone is watching in Denmark very proudly.
Lemvig. Et smilehul ved fjordens vig. En spytklat fra havet. Min barndomsegn. Her er jeg vokset op med den salte smag i luften. Sand mellem tæerne og stolte landbrugs- og fisketraditioner. Fisken. Når man er herude vestfra, så er det nærmest en følgesvend. Og det er lige her, de kommer fra. Den lokale fiskeauktion i Thyborøn. Den friske fisk taler sit eget sprog. Gælderne, slimlaget, duften, tegnene på en god fisk. Jeg husker de tidligere morgener hos Arne, da jeg var ude og røgte. Det var der, jeg lærte værdien af hårdt arbejde og kvalitetsråvarer. Arnes køer har det godt, og det kan smages. Dyrevelfærd er ikke bare et ord, det er en smagsgaranti. I gammel tid var tørfisk en nødvendighed. Konserveret af den vestjyske salteblæst. Vi spiser tørfisk, ikke af nødvendighed, men af tradition. Det er Vestjylland i en bid. Selv tallerkenerne har en historie. Skabt af den lokale keramiker, Lone. Det er ligesom den havbund, fladfisken ligger på. Det er en del af samarbejdet, af fællesskabet. Den kultur, jeg repræsenterer. Det, jeg elsker ved mad, er håndværket. Det kræver præcision, tålmodighed og en dyb forståelse for råvaren. Det er en evig stræben efter perfektion. Mad er ikke bare mad for mig. Det er en fortælling. En arv. Og til sidst har min hyldest til Vestjylland. Til min hjemhavn.
Bravo again to Sander from the Central Denmark region. Now, taking a step back and focusing on these European regions of gastronomy. Now, I'm hearing we're talking about past regions who received the label in the past, and I'm also hearing, such as Denmark, which you said was a European gastronomical region since 2016, but I'm hearing a lot about candidate regions. So could you make that distinction for me, what that means, what they have to do now, the candidates?
Yes. So, yes, the European Region of Gastronomy is an award that the regions apply for 3 years in advance of getting it. So that's because they need a couple of years of preparations to really take advantage of the award and use it as a kickstart process for a much longer term transformation in the region. And we do hope, and we see that the way we've managed to develop the platform, because each of the regions, when they want to become a candidate for the award, they join the World Region of Gastronomy platform. And then through being part of the platform, they come to meetings, they join in the joint projects, they start learning from the other regions, and then they can develop much further. Once they have won the award, if they meet the criteria to become an awarded region, they have 2 years of preparation, develop projects, and now, of course, Hauts-de-France has had a very successful year with over 700 events and great excitement throughout the region. So the next challenge for them is how to build the legacy of that and how to continue going forward. But it's such a joy to see that the old hats, the old regions of gastronomy, keep coming year on year. They keep sending their candidates. They stay involved in the platform because their knowledge is so precious to the other regions. But also they still grow and keep growing further. So we have Catalonia, that was European Region of Gastronomy in 2016 here. And of course you saw Central Denmark region, that was European Region of Gastronomy in 2017 here. We have a candidate from the South Aegean that were European Region of Gastronomy in 2019, and so on. So it's really great to see how the regions are working together, learning from each other, and really pushing up the standards year on year. And in these competitions, you really see the transformation in the regions.
And as you say that, I'm wondering if Alexandre Gauthier, in your region, Hauts-de-France, si vous avez vu une transformation, if you've seen a transformation grâce à ce label, qu'est-ce que ça veut signifier pour vous et votre région? What does that mean for you and your region?
Si la transformation, c'est une transformation qui était en cours, qui est arrivée, et le label va appuyer et va pérenniser
Yes, for him it was a transformation that was already occurring, and this label helps. Thank you, bravo. And this transformation has already been occurring, and the label will help and come and concretize this transformation.
Je pense que ce qu'on a gagné tout de suite, c'est le lien, et pas du network, du lien, que la région qui est très grande, 5 grands départements, fasse qu'on prenne conscience et qu'on se rencontre du lien entre les producteurs, les éleveurs, toute la filière et évidemment les cuisiniers.
And what he sees happening concretely is the link, the social link, and we're not talking about networking. It's really that social relationship that's created between the restaurants, between the farmers, between the producers.
Ça a mis un éclairage très important sur l'exigence, l'exigence de cultiver, d'élever, de cuisiner meilleur et mieux jour après jour, et ça a encouragé tous ces éléments, tout ce réseau alimentaire finalement à aller vers quelque chose de plus d'être encore meilleur jour après jour.
And that it's really pushed the standards for excellence further and further, and it's encouraging everyone to live up to those standards of the label. Wonderful, thank you so much.
I can
yes, of course.
add something to that, just to say that in all of the regions, there are real unsung unsung heroes in the background, you know, the farmers, the producers that have been working for years and years and maybe not had the recognition for what they were doing. And I think what's so lovely about the label is that finally we can bring those to the fore and celebrate them and say, look, you are doing a great job and what you're doing is super important for your region. And I think that's a transformation in pride, and then that transforms itself into new opportunities, new jobs, because other people say, oh, actually, you know, I'd like to do that too, you know. So, yes.
C'est une énergie permanente.
It's a permanent energy that's created. And I'm wondering, because my comment to Diane yesterday was, déjà la France est vue comme destination gastronomique, c'est l'idée reçue et défendue aussi de la France. Et donc, quelles sont les spécificités de Hauts-de-France? Pourquoi Hauts-de-France est maintenant légitime par rapport à le reste de la France?
Peut-être que c'était celle qui se sentait la moins légitime déjà. C'est celle que les autres régions, parce qu'on est une région le nord, c'est le nord de la France, mais c'est le centre de l'Europe. On est au sud du nord de l'Europe. On est au cœur de cette Europe. C'est intéressant de pouvoir d'exister au milieu des autres et de pouvoir arrêter aussi les caricatures. Parce que le problème, c'est quand on parle de cuisine traditionnelle, de plats traditionnels, finalement, c'est aussi des plats qui nous enferment dans l'idée commune.
Yes, of course. So he's talking about, I was asking about the legitimacy of Hauts-de-France in the context of the entire country of France. And he's saying that this, of course, brings legitimacy not only to the region itself, but to the people who might have been thinking of their legitimacy in other terms. So right now we have, thank you very much, we have Christina Ponce. From Menorca, coming out with beautiful pots that I'm sure she will describe. Christina, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, I'm Christina, and as young chef ambassador for Menorca, I want you to take this knit, please, with your own hands and break it. Please, do it.
Go ahead. Yes, break this. She's asking us to break that with her hands.
And break it.
With your
break
hands,
it,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Now, I invite you to touch the plate made by a local artisan ceramist and feel Menorca's warmth. We are living a situation where we no longer respect the seasonality of our ingredients, and I want to remind everyone of the importance of this for our health and for the planet. This dish represents the future. I have made using the half of each of the ingredients that we use in the traditional recipe and using no plastics in all the process. The wine comes from Albufera del Grau. It's from a natural reserve in Menorca and has the particularity that the vines are all irrigated by rainwater. Also, it is important to emphasize that the squid is cooked by an artisan traditional fishing gear. The wheat is an ancient recovered variety and all the ingredients are local and ecologic. So here you go, this is Menorca, land, sea, and its gifts. Thank you so much.
Bravo, bravo, Christina. Well, the jury is tasting your dish. Why don't we turn around for a nice photo of you, and you can proudly hold up. Will you be able to hold it up? She says this is nothing. Bravo, another round of applause for Christina. Christina Ponce from Menorca. And of course, this is an innovation on the stuffed squid that Christina presented yesterday, the traditional Christmas dish. And we see something more contemporary here. Absolutely. Paola is agreeing with me. Are there any questions or comments for Christina from the jury? Paola.
So it's the same journey.
Could you push your microphone?
I felt the same journey to Menorca. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
We're traveling without going anywhere. Amand.
It is very, very tasty. But I just want to ask you, today, it's the cooking. It's a different cooking than yesterday, the squid.
Yeah, today the squid is steamed with the residual heat from the broth.
But it's more tender than yesterday.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know if you have a reason for that, if it's more tender, because it has a longer cooking process, maybe?
No, so small.
Similar.
1 minute.
1 minute
of cooking. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank
well
you.
done.
Bravo. Alexandre Gauthier, do you have any words to say about this dish or any questions for Christina?
Non, ce qui est très bon, c'est l'élégance et le moelleux de la sèche. Et en dessous, justement, toute cette réduction, ce goût réduit, croustillant, qui est plein de puissance.
Yes, the elegance of the dish, and underneath the elegance and strength of the flavors. And vous avez parlé de la sèche.
La sèche était élégante, très moelleuse, et le contraste avec justement le riz en dessous qui vient, ce condiment très croustillant, très croquant, très réduit.
Yes, the squid and the flavor underneath that's strong but also reduced and refined. Bravo, Christina.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
We have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dea, you're curious about something.
Yeah, I just want to know, why did you decide to put rice inside?
Because we want to include another elaboration, and this is not rice, this is wheat, and this is an ancient recovered variety from Menorca, and I think it's very important to recover things from our past and do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can watch the video that Christina and her region made. Go ahead.
Estimada Menorca, in your calm and your silence, where words fade away and only the whisper of the wind and the murmur of the sea fill my ears, it is here where I discover a paradise in the Mediterranean, a gem that shines in the simplicity of its landscapes and the humility of its people. Every day, upon waking and gazing at the majesty of this land, we renew our silent promise to protect it with passion and determination. Its green hills and its beaches of golden sand and crystal clear waters remind us that we are guardians of this corner of paradise. Its fields generously provide us with the fruits of the earth, cultivated with love and dedication from generation to generation by its farmers, preserving to this day the same methods of their past generations, while its sea offers us an infinite treasure of hidden flavors brought to our homes by its fishermen, who always watch over our sea. Thus, Menorca's cuisine becomes a symphony of flavors that reflects the essence of the island, a dance of fresh and local ingredients that narrate the history of this land, and its symbiotic relationship between humans and nature. Every bite is a tribute to our island and its culinary richness. Its artisans, who have inherited the land and the legacy of their ancestors, weave and sculpt with the same hands that care for this land, intertwining the past and the present on a canvas of textures and colors that evoke the landscape of our island, giving us a silent testimony of the skill and ingenuity passed down through the ages. Our commitment is a promise of sustainability manifested in the care of our ecosystems, respect for the sea that surrounds us, and the land we cultivate. We are guardians of Menorca, living in harmony with the island, nourishing ourselves with its beauty and caring for it with gratitude and respect. Every wave that caresses our shores and every breeze that whispers among the trees remind us of the importance of honoring our legacy and maintaining the eternal dance of sustainability and love for life in Menorca. I'm Cristina Pons Benavides, and I'm proud to represent Menorca at the European Young Chef Award.
All right. Thank you very much again, Christina. Here is Oscar Kraus. Yes, right on time, exactly, perfect. He comes from Ytre, a small island off the coast of the Trøndelag region in Norway, and he is here to present his beautiful dish. Go ahead, Oscar, I'll give you the microphone.
Yesterday, you tasted the original bacalhau. It was with clipfish. This is my innovative dish. It's with dry fish. The reason is because dry fish is a tradition in Frøya. Before, back in the time, usually everybody had a dry fish in their boat house. That's why I want to bring it to my dish. It's the star of the show. Also, I use seaweed. It's own harvested. We went to the ocean and we dried it ourselves, so it's ultra local. Also, the scallops is from a company called Seashell. It's harvested with sustainable. It's the best scallops in the world. You can't get any better. It's fresh. Also, this time I brought a local bear. As you can see, it's a special type of bear this time. The reason is because this bear is only sold one place, and that's the hotel I work, Hotel Frøya. You cannot buy it anywhere else. Also, I want to speak a little bit about the plate. The plate is local, made by a woman called Astrid. The colors are inspired by the sea and the rocks on the beach by Frøya. I feel like it's beautiful and it's elegant. As I said, the vegetables are 6 minutes away from my hotel. It's ultra local vegetables. Everything on the plate here is local. You can get it within 20 kilometers. That's why I feel like this dish is really nice to make when you live in the islands, because everything is so close. You can get everything so local and it's so fresh that the dish itself will have really nice tastes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Oscar. Why don't you pick up your beautiful creation, and we can have a nice photo of you with your culinary art. We'll give the judges a chance to taste, to reflect. I think everyone's looking at how the strategy behind it. There's so many different things on the plate, so many different things to try. And visually, of course, we can see a big evolution from the traditional dish into the innovative dish, which has been the case for everyone. Oh, Oscar. Can we have Oscar back here? Yes, in case the jury has some questions or some comments. Pau, I see you grabbing the microphone.
How you decided to put scallops? Yesterday was only bacalhau, no, in the traditional stew. So I know that it's so good product, but why you decided to put today in the innovative dish the scallops? Thank you.
Scallops, I really like scallops. They're really good, and I think that we in Frøya has the world's best scallops. And I want to include it in my dish because it gives harmony to the tastes. It is good seafood, and I think we should let it shine more on our plate.
Thank you. Amand?
Ok, en français, je veux dire, c'est très, très osé. Osé de prendre, introduire des escalopes avec l'escalope. C'est très délicat, spécialement.
He's saying it's very daring, very elegant to...
Pour les cuire,
Yes.
c'est une des plus difficiles produits de la mer.
It's one of the most pardon, Armand, je vais
Ce
juste
sont des
traduire pour lui.
coquilles, c'est de les cuire parfaitement. Donc c'est assez osé ce que vous avez fait, mais c'est très bon.
It's bold and it's very good, and cooking scallops is the most important thing, is the most difficult thing to cook, and he congratulates you for that, for daring. And he says it's very good. Wendy Berry.
Thank you. In the description that you gave us, there was a mention of oil, and also you had your local butter with you. And I was just wondering, which parts of the cooking did you use the olive oil in, and which parts of the cooking did you use the butter in?
I used the oil on the potatoes and the shallots, and I used the butter to fry the fish and the scallops and the potato.
Wonderful. Alexandre Gauthier, do you have anything to say or any question for Oscar?
C'est un plat puissant, c'est un plat avec beaucoup de travail.
It's a strong dish, a dish that's been very well worked.
Différentes cuisines, différentes cuissons, parce que chaque élément, chaque produit a une cuisson différente à apporter.
With different cooking methods, different types of cooking, because each product demands its own type of cooking.
Et c'est un plat qu'on vient fabriquer nous-mêmes, parce que finalement, le plat n'est pas monté, il n'y a pas de superposition, donc on vient goûter un élément, un autre, et finalement chaque bouchée est différente.
And it's something that whoever is eating it, they help invent it too, because it's not piled up. You have the choice between you, and so you go and find a lot of different tastes on your plate. Bravo, Oscar. We can watch the video from Oscar's region of Trondheim-Trøndelag in Norway. Bravo, Oscar.
Jeg oppvokst her, midt i havgapet, med Norskehavet som nærmeste nabo. Jeg bor i hjertet av Norge og i hjertet av havnæringen. Det utenfor her de fisker den sprekeste fisken. Det her de sanker de friskeste kamskjellene. Det klart at det former deg når du som unge har sjø på alle kanter, når fjæra er lekeplassen din, og når nordavind står rett på store deler av året. Det gir en ekstra edge. Det får overlevelsesinstinktet til å kicke inn. For meg så gir det meg inspirasjon og glede. Inspirasjon til å skape mat på høyest gastronomisk nivå, til å vise verden hva vi kan få til med ureist norske råvarer. Råvarer som vi selv høster, sanker, plukker og fisker, som vi henger opp og som vi tar vare på for resten av året. Min tradisjonsrett er bacalao. Den er basert på den opprinnelige bacalao, biscaina, med klippfisk og tomatpuré. Det jeg ønsker å vise frem med min innovative rett er hvordan norsk mat har utviklet seg på kort tid. Når mine besteforeldre var unge, så var øylivet hardt. Det handlet om overlevelse. Livet handlet om sjø, om vind og vær. Bacalao kom til oss med portugisiske sjømenn. Det var andre typer smaker enn vi i Norge var vant til. Og under andre verdenskrig var bacalao som krisemat, fordi man brukte mat som holdt seg lenge i spiskammers. For min innovative rett, så vil jeg vise frem at bacalao er så mye mer enn krisemat. Jeg vil gjøre retten ultralokal og moderne. Jeg bruker tørrfisk. Den har kokkene her på Hotell Frøya fisket og hengt selv. Tørrfisken er stjerna i showet hos meg, og den skal få skinn. I tillegg har jeg tatt inn 2 typer tang. En fantastisk lokal råvare vi har tilgang til året rundt her i Øyrike. Kamskjell er en luksusråvare som vi har utrolig god tilgang til her ute. Den håndplukkes, og vi velger kun de perfekte skjellene. Størrelsen på hvert eneste skjell måles for å sikre en bærekraftig fangst. Jeg håper dere kan kjenne smaken av Trøndelag og av øyrike Hitra-frøa i retten min. Bacalao à la Oscar.
Bravo again to Oscar. It's really nice to see some of the reactions from people supporting our young chefs in the audience. I see there are people very moved when their young chefs or the students they're mentoring are coming to present their plates. Sometimes I think, like I said, the mentors and those supporting them are more nervous than the candidates themselves, and I see that some of them are even more moved than the candidates themselves. It's really, really beautiful to see that connection that we have through food and through our regions. As we're waiting for our next contestant to prepare, Osvaldo Cejas, and as our server is set up, I'd like to go back to, Oscar touched on how close all of his ingredients are to his home, and it makes me think of the slow food movement, which Wendy Berry knows much more about than I do. So I'm wondering if you could just comment a little bit about the slow food movement, Wendy, and if those concepts were evoked for you as well when Oscar was describing his dish.
Thank you. Well, for those of you that maybe haven't heard of it, it started in Italy in the 1980s as a pushback against industrialization of food. That's the short version. And so it stands for biodiversity, cleanly produced for the environment, high quality food, and at a fair price for the farmers and the chefs, and right through the whole process. And that's really what it's all about. And there's now over 1 million supporters across the world. So it's a movement, and all of us do that work because we believe in it. It's a giving, it's not a receiving. And so in terms of the last dish we had, I mean, that was just so wonderful because it was a kickback against industrialized fishing fleets, using the wild foods of the region. And sometimes when you have a northern country, people think, oh, we have to import everything, we don't have the wonderful Mediterranean foods. But actually, every country, if it's not polluted, has got the potential to feed its inhabitants and feed them very well. So, you know, if we don't hoover up the Baltic herring and use it for fish feed, if we use what we've got incredible ingredients across the world. You can even go north of Norway and be sustainable. And so the slow food movement encompasses all climates, all countries, all food cultures. And, you know, that food is as indigenous as an Amazon food, and as important, because that is how we will survive as climates evolve, because these what we call landrace, things that are of their place, can adapt. Whereas if we're buying single seeds or single breeds from industrialized economics, they don't adapt the same way. So many of the dishes we're seeing today have that adaptability to sustain their communities and invite food tourism to their area. It's a powerful tool that not every country appreciates, and yet it's such a wealth. And that's one of the things I really love about IGCAT and the European Regions of Gastronomy, that they're grasping that locale and the meaning of it and the wealth of it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Wendy Berry. You'd say these are slow food friendly, slow food friendly dishes. Alexandre Gauthier, what does the slow food movement mean for you in France and Hauts-de-France and even in your restaurant?
On a eu la chance d'accueillir il y a 6 ans, peut-être 7 ans maintenant, Carlo Petrini, qui est le fondateur. On a eu des grandes conversations. Ce qui est intéressant, c'est de comprendre que c'est la préservation de cette culture.
Excuse me. So 6 or 7 years ago, they had the honor of welcoming the founder of this movement.
de la préservation d'une culture culinaire, pas juste d'un produit brut, ça c'est le travail que l'on fait avec le label, mais aussi des savoir-faire.
To preserve not only the ingredients, the ingredients of the plate, but also the savoir-faire.
Mais tout ça arrive parce qu'il y a une crainte finalement. On s'aperçoit que l'industrialisation de l'alimentation est partout et permanente. Et si on est là aujourd'hui avec Diane, si on se bat pour que les territoires s'ancrent et n'oublient pas leurs racines, c'est pour justement éviter que le consumérisme, finalement, que le supermarché, que les grosses firmes alimentaires envahissent, ce qu'ils ont déjà fait, les territoires, les cuisines, les maisons et les cantines.
And this movement and this prise de conscience, maybe we'll say, is really has been a wake-up call and comes from the fear of industrialization, which is, of course, already taking place. And we're going back to the regions with organizations like IGCAT and Diane going back to the regions to make sure that, well, we'll say in no small terms, a takeover of our regions and products takes place. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Nice. Yes, Diane, please.
Yeah, absolutely. IGCAT has signed an agreement with Slow Food, and we actually look at the regions at the beginning of the process when they first apply, how many people are signed up to Slow Food, how many restaurants are Slow Food restaurants, how many producers are there in the region. And it's amazing to see the transformation going through, and when we have our evaluations, you can see there are so many more. And that's great. So we're helping grow their movement, and they're helping us because they're also giving us much deeper knowledge as an institution. They've really been working in this field for so much longer than we have. And for instance, one of their campaigns right now is to increase the use of beans. Legumbres in Spanish, so beans and lentils and so on, to try to rebalance the proportionality of meat and fish to other proteins that we used to eat a lot, and now, unfortunately, many young people don't eat them nearly as much as they should. So, I think that's probably something we'll introduce in the future, is to start looking at, how the introduction of beans and lentils and so on, and bring them back in. We need to bring them back into fashion, don't we?
I think, Alexandre Gauthier, you could be instrumental in that. Well, thank you. It's very interesting to hear how all of these movements are really working together. There's a great cooperation and a great volonté, a great will by different regions throughout France, throughout Europe as well, to find this commonality. That's very inspiring. We need good news, and I'm very happy to hear all of that. All right, so it looks like we have some. I don't know. We'll see what's in that bottle. I don't know if our jury has already tasted it. We'll see. But we're on. So Osvaldo is our sixth contestant. So we're more than halfway. We're more than halfway. 4 more to go. Is there anything that you're noticing in the? Sorry, I'm looking at the time. We have a couple more minutes. Anything that you've noticed this far in the competition? Things that now has your idea of what you were looking for? Has it changed? Is it? Are you surprised? What are your first reactions, Amand?
Well, je voudrais dire que jusque maintenant, on doit encore déguster quatre candidats. Je crois jusque maintenant, le niveau est très haut.
Up until now, the level has been very high, and there are still 4 more plates to go.
Et je crois que tous les candidats vraiment mettent un effort. De ce que j'ai trouvé personnellement, c'est qu'ils défendent très bien leur région.
What he finds is that all of the candidates have been able so far to really defend their region.
À travers ce qu'on a dégusté, on a vraiment goûté leur région avec leurs produits originaux et locaux.
Is that they're able to visit their regions thanks to these local products and local regional products.
Mais je dois dire que moi, personnellement, je n'ai pas encore un premier, un deuxième, un troisième.
It's going to be tough, Amand. In his head, he doesn't have a first, second, third, and that's good because there are 4 more dishes to try.
Et je crois que pour mes collègues de jury, ça sera très difficile de faire juger le candidat finalement
Yes,
qui
he's
va
saying that
gagner
it's
cette compétition.
maybe he's realizing just how difficult this decision will be. Yes, of course. Thank you, Armand. Maybe you were hoping that it would get easier and easier, but it's not. It depends. Sure, of course. And let's see what's. Let's see. Brut nature. So.
As you've probably noticed, the clock is ticking.
Yes.
And
some kind of prosecco, perhaps. Yes.
Elizabeth,
Tiziana, yes, absolutely.
Noticing that the clock is ticking, and I'm sort of timekeeper here.
Ah, yes, go ahead.
So, what happens if the young chef is late in? Is that we may not see their video.
Yes,
we may not
and we
have
have
time for their
Osvaldo.
presentation.
Now we have Osvaldo.
We
Wonderful.
will. Thank goodness.
Osvaldo Cejas. Thank you for that. From the Catalan region, who's opening a big book. Okay. He's distributing something for all of the jury members. Looks like we have another very original plate. All right, I'll now hand the microphone over to Osvaldo so that he can explain his dish to us.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Osvaldo Cejas, tengo 19 años y vengo de Barcelona y vengo a representar a la región de Cataluña.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Osvaldo Cejas. I'm 19 years old. I came from Barcelona and I represent today Catalonia.
Hoy estoy aquí gracias a todo el aprendizaje que he adquirido desde pequeño que me ha otorgado mi abuela.
He wants to be grateful to his grandmother who taught cuisine from an early age.
Les vengo a presentar mi plato innovador, el cual se llama Gaudí Red Mullet Mosaic. Es un plato clásico de la cocina modernista, el cual he querido reinterpretar y así homenajear a la ciudad de Barcelona.
This is my dish. It's called Gaudí Red Mullet Mosaic, and it's a dish from the Catalan modernist cuisine, and it captures so well Barcelona.
Este plato predomina por las verduras que conlleva, la cual me permite crear formas, colores, texturas y estructuras, por así decirlo.
The vegetable is really important in this dish, and that allows him to create texture, color, forms, and architectures.
Esto también me permite ligarlo un poco a la estructura y diseño que tiene la ciudad de Barcelona con su arquitectura.
That links to Barcelona and design movement.
Y me permite trabajar con jóvenes productores de proximidad, los cuales me otorgan el pescado, me lo otorga Capamar, las verduras me las otorga Esquís Fruit y el vino que me los otorga la casa de Can Matons.
He has loved also to work closely with local producers. He gets the vegetables from Esquís Fruit, which is a small producer near Barcelona. His fish is from Capamar, which is a female leading familiar factory and producer of fish. And the wine is from Can Matons, the designation of origin Aleya.
También pensando un poco en el desperdicio alimentario, he querido utilizar las espinas y la cabeza del salmonete y para aprovechar la piel del calabacín he elaborado un puré.
He has taken into account the food waste and he has worked with all the ingredients at ease completely.
Y para darle un toque de mi país de origen, que es Bolivia, he decidido hacer un aire de lima para otorgarle un poco de frescor y limpiar el paladar.
He has wanted to pay homage to his home country, Bolivia, in the air of lime that you can find on the top.
y lo acompaño de un vino blanco espumoso, el cual es de denominación de origen de Alella, provincia de Barcelona.
And it pairs so well with the white sparkling wine, Aleya designation of origin.
Espero que lo disfruten y muchas gracias otra vez por la oportunidad.
Bravo, Osvaldo. We have no more time for questions from the jury. If anyone might like to make a quick comment, that would be fine. But for now, Osvaldo, could you just turn so we can have a nice photo of you with your beautiful plate? Does anyone have any quick comments they would like to give Osvaldo before he moves off and our next contestant comes in? Unfortunately, I'm not sure that we'll have time for the video. We will not have time for the video. Yes, we will try to put it on afterwards to get that time. We're following a very strict timetable. I'm sure everyone understands that it's important to respect that timetable. All right, and now our servers are coming in. They're getting the command to clear things off to make room for Matthias Roisko. Bravo. Yes, we have a photograph. Thank you. Thank you, Osvaldo. So Matthias is coming in, but Osvaldo can still hear us. So if there's anything you would like to mention about the dish, anything that you noticed, go ahead, Thea.
I think this dish is Osvaldo. Much more it's Osvaldo in this dish than yesterday.
No, it's okay. She's just saying that it's much more you in this dish
this is
than
you.
yesterday.
This is you.
This
dish,
is you.
I think you should cook like this. So, very good.
Bravo, bravo. Yes. Paola, Osvaldo, it's just to tell you something. Go ahead, Paola.
I noticed that he didn't take his picture with the plate.
Ah, yes, we did get a picture. I think you were maybe busy enjoying.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. It's just because we're in a hurry and I want you to hear all of the good things people are saying about your dish. So Thea having compliments for you, Paola saying wonderful. I just wanted you to hear that. Bravo. Gracias, gracias. And so next up, our seventh contestant, Matthias Roisko, an 18-year-old culinary student from the Lake Saimaa region of Finland.
So, what you have in front of you is the innovative version of the fish soup. I have break all the components down and try to make that one component stand out. So the dish is called like Forests Meet the Lake Saimaa. I tried to make it look with, I smoked the potatoes, get some mushrooms, here are some spruce, so get some really nice forest flavors mixed with the water like the fish and potatoes what were in the first dish. All the ingredients are organic. The mushrooms I have picked up myself. The pike perch is safe for the endangered Lake Saimaa seal, what is very important for us who lives in Saimaa because there's only 480 seals left. Yeah.
Bravo. Bravo, Matthias. If you could turn around, pick up your plate proudly, and we'll have a nice photo. And I see some representatives of Lake Saimaa snapping pictures as Matthias poses. I'm sure they're very proud. Matthias, you can stay here so that in case the jury has anything to say. I know all of our young chefs, I think, are so relieved once they finish their presentation. But this is an important part too, of course, getting feedback from the jury. and also watching people enjoy the work that you've created.
Yes.
And I see that there, Amand has something he'd like to say.
Very, very tasty. Very tasty. I just would like to know, how do you, your technique to make the smoked potatoes?
I smoked the potato in Finland, not here because would have to carry all the heavy bags. I used the, I don't know what the tree's name, but I used the chips to smoke it. It's in Finland it's called leppä. I just smoked it for like 10 minutes, and when I came here I made brown butter and just finished them up in the oven.
Very good result. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bravo. Mathias, I would like to ask Alexandre Gauthier what he has to say about the dish.
Les pommes de terre sont fumées crues ou cuites?
Are the potatoes smoked uncooked, raw or cooked?
Raw.
Merci.
Bravo.
Et bravo pour la question du poisson. Et les poissons de lac, poissons d'eau douce, c'est très difficile parce que on a moins l'habitude d'en manger. C'est quelque chose de plus délicat, de moins expressif. Ça, c'est culotté.
He said, "Bravo for the cooking of the fish, because lake fish we have less. I guess it's less in our habits to eat and cook lake fish, so it's delicate and it's very daring. Congratulations, you did a good job."
Thank you.
Bravo. Okay, we have time for one more comment from the jury. I'm hearing very good and seeing smiles. That's usually a good sign. Matthias, how are you feeling now after your plate is out and the jury has eaten?
Very relieved, yes. It was like a lot of excitement going into this. You were all like today is the day, what do I do? Do I have everything controlled?
Yes, a lot of questions you're asking
Yeah.
themselves. Yes, of course. Let's see the video from Lake Saimaa.
What would you do if your day had only 5 hours of light in it? This is the land I grew up in. Each year, when the winter comes to cover us with snow, the sun takes both its warmth and light away from us. Darkness eats away our daylight hours until in the heart of the winter we have almost 19 hours of darkness per day. This is why we have become so good at lighting fires, building saunas, cooking heartwarming meals, and holding each other close to keep us warm. And when the spring drives the darkness away, we see the nature waking up from its sleep. Summer for us is the season of light when our plants, fields, and animals soak up all the sun they can get, and we humans celebrate the beauty of the midnight sun. In this extreme fluctuation between scarcity and bounty, our food gets its delicious taste. The endless sunlight infuses our berries with sweetness, our fish with vitamins, and our vegetables with intense flavors. In my family, it was my grandma and father who taught me to go to the forest and find the best berry picking places. At home, we turned the gifts of the forest into jams, mushroom sauce, berry juice, and blueberry pie that we enjoyed while eating together. That's how I learned, when you serve food, even the smallest details count when creating a memorable experience. With over 14,000 kilometers of shoreline and more than 13,000 islands, Lake Saimaa is the biggest one in Finland. The lake also houses a special resident called the Saimaa seal. With only 480 seals left, it's an endangered species, and we are developing new fishing methods that are safer for them. Saimaa is an area empires have fought over many times. As a testimony of these wars, we have the Olavinlinna Castle, the northernmost medieval castle in the whole world, nowadays hosting the world-famous Savonlinna Opera Festival. Earlier, in 2023, Savonlinna, together with surrounding areas, was awarded the Sustainable Travel Finland certificate. I believe that chefs have a big role to play in sustainability, because we can choose locally grown produce and prepare the food in a way that minimizes food waste. When I graduate as a chef, I want to work with the best chefs around the globe and make Lake Saimaa and its treasures known to the world. I am Matias Roisko, and this is Lake Saimaa, Finland.
One more round of applause. One more. This one's louder. One more round of applause for Matthias from Lake Saimaa. I would like to talk a little bit about the timing, because we will have time to see something we didn't have time for before. But so let's address this timing issue. Diane, what are our candidates dealing with when it comes to timing, and how is the overall timing organized of this contest?
Yes, I mean, it's quite a stressful situation for everybody. They have 2.5 hours to prepare their dish in. And of course, for each chef, they want to bring out their dish and it's it's a perfect moment. And the timing is all important for the chefs. So we have to respect the presentation times for each one. So if somebody arrives late, I mean, we have the margin of the video, so we can cut the video, which is what we did in this case. And in some cases, we have to cut the questions as well, or the presentation. But fortunately, Osvaldo Cejas, he came out in time. He made his presentation, which was lovely, and we got to hear some comments. But we really needed to start on time again for Matthias at 12:45 on the dot, because Matthias would be there with his dish, properly prepared, and if it goes cold, it's not fair on him. So that's why we have to keep the timing, and we're very aware of the timing for everyone. So hopefully now, because we built in a few 5-minute breaks so that if we had this issue, we can catch up. And now we have the opportunity, I think, to see the video from Osvaldo Cejas. And let's see that while we wait.
Cada día al pasar por la Casa Vicens, ya que es el camino hacia la escuela, me paraba y analizaba los contrastes, los colores, las flores y el arte que tiene la Casa Vicens, que va a ser una de las primeras obras del joven arquitecto Gaudí, y esa fue mi inspiración para mi plato. Soc Osvaldo Andrés Cejas Velasco, soc de Bolívia originalment, tinc 19 anys. El nombre de mi plato es Moix de Gaudí, es originario de la cocina modernista catalana del siglo XIX y esta vez lo he reinterpretado yo a mi manera. Barcelona es una gran despensa y encontramos ahí muchos productos de la dieta mediterránea y también podemos encontrar jóvenes productores que suministran producto local y también ecológico. Y en mi caso, en el tema de pescados, trabajo con el producto que nos otorga Capamar, las verduras de esquís frits, y en el caso del vino nos las otorga la bodega que se llama Can Matons. Mi plato lleva salmonete, ajo, romero y tomillo, boniato, apionabo, pimentón rojo, puerro, tomate, calabacín y alcachofa, la cual la confitamos de manera tradicional. Y para terminar, agarramos la lima y hacemos un aire para darle un toque de frescor al plato y limpiar el paladar, también haciendo un guiño a mi país de origen.
Wonderful. Oh, I see that we're already ready. That was well timed. Speaking of timing, we have Dimitrios Mavropoulos from the South Aegean region coming out with his innovative dish, Innovation on Lard and Cabbage. Again, with beautiful plates that I'm guessing are made by local artists. He'll tell you more about that, though. Making sure all the jury members have exactly what they need. It looks like he's putting the final touches on his creation before he comes to explain it to us. And the jury, of course, actively taking photos so they remember every aspect of this dish and its presentation. Bravo, welcome, Dimitrios. You can take, I'll give you this.
Hello. The general idea is to bring all the traditional taste and smell of the dish in a more appealing way. As such, the idea of the traditional dish is enriched with modern cooking methods and techniques for a more elegant result. First of all, I try to make the dish more appealing to modern guests because lard is not easily consumed, even by current Mykonian residents. Therefore, I decided to use pork belly instead, and I treated it beforehand partially with nitrates. In the dish, there is pork belly cored in nitric salt and cooked in the runner, accompanied by lemon jelly, kale braisé, a sauce of white cabbage, and some fennel. Thank you.
If you could turn around and we can have a photo of you with your beautiful dish. And yes, the sauce too, maybe. There you go, and another round of applause for Dimitrios from the South Aegean region. All right, we'll let the jury taste this. Diane and Alexandre Gauthier over here. Tasting it. I'd like to know if the jury has any questions or comments already for Dimitrios. Maybe I'll get one more microphone over here so it's easier. We'll leave it because maybe you'll be translating. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Alex Marcon, who's the executive chef for Alexandre Gauthier at La Grenouillère.
Sorry, can you remind us what's inside the sauce? Just
Θα μας πεις τι είναι μέσα στη σάλτσα. Έχει βούτυρο, χυμό λεμόνι, αλάτι, πιπέρι. Αυτό.
So, it's cabbage, white cabbage, butter, salt, pepper, and lemon.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Alexandre Gauthier, is there anything that you would like to comment or anything you notice about this dish or any question that you have for Dimitrios?
Je trouve courageux de proposer un lard gras, quelque chose qui aujourd'hui, comment exprimer ça, est un morceau populaire de viande, vous voyez, mais l'amener avec une justesse de cuisson, un élevage, une race rare, fait un équilibre très important. Et je trouve très ingénieux, ce que je qualifie de booster, on va dire, cette petite gelée acide qui relève et qui équilibre l'ensemble du plat.
Okay, so he's saying he finds it very courageous of you to cook lard, which was a popular traditional dish, and that it's not easy now to make it so refined, and that you did a great job with that, and bringing some freshness to it with the lemon. I don't know if you would like to translate for him, to congratulate him.
Είναι ένα δύσκολο, αλλά γενικά πολύ διαδεδομένο υλικό να πάρεις από το χοιρινό και να το δουλέψεις. Γι' αυτό στο αναγνωρίζει ότι βάζεις και στη σάλτσα και στο ζελέ λεμόνι, το αναδεικνύεις και το κάνεις πιο elegant, πιο όμορφο, πιο καλό.
Bravo.
Je crois que, si je ne pas me dire, c'est le seul plat de viande. Hein. C'est important que ça soit... Je ne dis pas de bêtises, on a mangé du poisson pour l'instant.
Oui. Yes, and so Alexandre rightly noticed that it's the only meat dish that we've had so far. We've had a lot of fish, and here we have some meat. So yes, of course, that's notable.
Ήταν... εντάξει.
Bravo, bravo. Does our jury have anything else to say about this dish now that you've had some time to try it? Wendy Berry, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to compliment you on your lemon gel because it really cuts beautifully through the pork, and more so than the original dish. So I think you've taken the original dish and you have definitely enhanced it. Congratulations.
Ότι ήταν εξαιρετικό και ότι πραγματικά είχε τη διαδικασία ότι πήγαινες από το παλιό πιάτο στο καινούριο.
Bravo. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Dimitrios. Another round of applause for Dimitrios. From the South Aegean region. It's really fun to look over at this table. I don't know if we have a shot of this in the wide shot. We see we're getting a collection of all of the dishes with some accompaniments of drinks, and we have a tour table, I'd say a travel table, where we can go and taste all of the diverse flavors of Europe. Let's see the video of Dimitrios and the South Aegean region.
It's a traditional recipe from the region of Mykonos, prepared and served in folk festivals. The original name is Chirosphaya, which is from the ancient times. Most Myconian families kept livestock, a pig, for the whole year, up to a specific time of the year, October, November, when they were slaughtered. As we are referring to older times, the livestock was considered part of the family's fortune, and as such, no part of it was allowed to go to waste. Therefore, the goal was to utilize the entirety of the animal, from nose to tail, and provide the family with meals for the whole year to come. One of the recipes of this festival is the one I selected for the competition. The general idea is to bring all the traditional taste and smell of the dish in a more appealing way. As such, the idea of the traditional dish is enriched with modern cooking methods and techniques for a more elegant result. First of all, we try to make the dish more appealing to modern guests because lard is not easily consumed, even by current Myconian residents. Therefore, we decided to use pork belly instead, and we treated it beforehand partially with nitrates. We exchanged the use of kale in the sauce with white cabbage for a more mild taste. The distinct presence of lemon in the traditional dish is present in the sauce and is made more evident by the addition of the lemon liquid gel.
Congratulations again to Dimitrios for his dish, the only meat dish in the competition. I hadn't thought of that. And I see it's really nice. During that video, we had a a whole contingent who I'm guessing are from Slovenia, since they're waving Slovenian flags. Wearing green. Yes, here too. That's wonderful. I know that Bastian Vok, when he comes out, will feel very supported. And that also helps put the candidates at ease. Although Bastian Vok, of course, has done many competitions, so he seems very at ease with the exercise of presenting in front of the jury. I'm trying to see, what do you think this is all about? What you have before you? Wendy Berry said, "Pure theater." Yes, it is a performance in itself. Absolutely, building up the excitement. Well, it's certainly, I see this beautiful bottle. I'm wondering what's in there. It's true that all of this, yeah, it helps create an event around the dish. Absolutely, we'll have
to say that actually originally the serving was just the pouring of a sauce or something, but now and I loved Christina Pons making us part of it, that we had to break the lattice and sprinkle it over, because it's nice to be part of the experience as
Absolutely.
well. And I think every year we see presentations that surprise us, and you think, wow, because it's part of it. And I don't know if it changes your perception of the dish, but it certainly adds to the experience, and that's so special.
That is wonderful. Have you seen in just 7 years, is there a little bit more of that? Is there a little more showmanship or performance in the dishes? Is this a trend, or is it just something?
I think actually from the very beginning, in 2016, we had a very interesting performance by the winner then from the South Aegean, and I think every year, and occasionally one or two are daring to, introduce an element of showmanship or a different element to serving that we haven't seen before.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, this is certainly exciting. All right. I wonder. I see a door opening. I see a... We're almost ready. So we're almost ready. Of course, the tension is high. This is our last contestant, Bastian Vok, from a small village in Slovenia. And yesterday he came out and he had this wonderful, maybe some of you remember, of course our jury remembers, and some of you at home maybe saw that he brought out this wonderful pollen-covered plate, and he talked about the importance of the bees, and he came out with the walnut kernels and honey milk on a gingerbread and presented it as his traditional dish that his grandmother would make him when he was sick, and that grandmothers in Slovenia make for their sick grandchildren. And today his innovative dish is called a honey hug. So we'll see how he's transformed this traditional and medicinal Slovenian dish into his own sweet treat to round out our competition. Yes, Diane, go ahead.
It's also nice that when we organize the order that we can make sure that the dessert comes last, because it's helpful to the jury, I think, to have the sweet dish at the end. So that's very nice. Are we still waiting for Bushkan?
We'll switch it up. We'll watch the video of Bastian Vok and Slovenia, and we'll hear more about the bees here. We'll watch the video first, and then Bastian will join us.
Sem Boštjan Vovk, 25-letni kuhar iz majhne vasice Plešivec. Kulinarika in narava sta mi bili položeni v zibelko, saj odraščam ob družinskem gostišču in kmetiji. Zato sem že od malih nog živel v sožitju z naravo, ki me navdihuje in mi daje moč za ustvarjanje. Moji hobiji so raznoliki, vendar pa je vztrajnost, moč in trdo delo potrebno za dosego cilja, ki si ga želiš doseči. In to sem tudi jaz. Človek, ki si prizadeva za dosego svojih sanj. Gore so zame začetek in kraj vsake naravne lepote, zato me privlačijo v svoj objem in mi dajejo navdih. Narava je ključnega pomena za naše preživetje, zato jo moramo varovati in spoštovati. To je Franc, eden najboljših čebelarjev. On najbolje ve, kako je potrebno ravnati s čebelami, ki mu vračajo ljubezen v obliki medu. Ukvarja se z apiterapijo. Med je zame naravno zdravilo. Ste vedeli, da čebela v celem svojem življenju nabere le eno čajno žličko medu, zato moramo ceniti njih in njihov trud. Čebelarstvo čanč ima veliko priznanj na svetovni ravni. Domači orehi so najboljši in najokusnejši. Imam srečo, saj živim z dobrimi in delovnimi ljudmi. Njihove sestavine so daleč najboljše, zato jih z veseljem uporabljam pri kuhanju. Lokalni pridelovalci so ključni za kakovostne izdelke. Izročilo, ki se prenaša iz roda v rod, je potrebno ohranjati in ceniti. Tradicijo je potrebno spoštovati. Kombinacija medu in orehov je tradicionalna slovenska jed, imenovana medenjak z orehi, ki se mi zdi popolna kombinacija okusov. Jed, ki je značilna za našo regijo, medenjak z jedrcem oreha in prežgano mleko. Rad kuham v stiku z naravo in črpam navdih iz nje, da ustvarim preproste okusne. Zavedam se, kako pomembno.
And we'll give center stage to Bastien Bock to present his dish to us. Go ahead, Bastien.
Hello, my name is Boštjan and I represent small green country Slovenia. Pred sabo imate v kozarcu sok, 100% hruškov sok iz lokalne domačije Firbas, kozarec pa narejen v steklarni Rogaška.
In front of you is a glass from a glassware, local glassware from Slovenia called Rogaška, and in there you will find a pear juice from a local farm called Firbas. Also, this pear juice is William's pear.
Spodaj imate leseno desko, ki sem jo naredil sam doma iz orehovega lesa. Na njemu pa je krožnik, na kateremu je pomazano orehovo olje in pa posut cvetni prah.
So underneath the plate we have a walnut board that Boštjan made on his own. On top are walnut shells, and the plate is glazed with walnut oil and sprinkled with pollen.
Na krožniku imamo 4x orehe v panakoti, drobljencu, sponžu in v hrustku.
So on the plate we have walnuts. We can find them in panna cotta, sponge, crumble and the oil.
Imamo tudi 4x med v listu, v temu posipu in pa sladoledu ter v karameli.
Next is honey. We can find it in ice cream, in caramel, the caramel leaf, and another crumble.
In pa še 3x hruško v soku, gelu in v musu.
And lastly, the pear. We can find it in the juice, the gel, and in the mousse.
Vse te sestavine, ki sem jih včeraj uporabil pri včerajšnji jedi, sem jih uporabil tudi danes. Dodal pa sem hruško. Zakaj? Zato, ker da veliko hrane čebelam, med pa uporabljam od lokalnega proizvajalca 100 metrov od mene.
So all of the ingredients that he used today were used yesterday also for the traditional dessert. He got honey from his local beekeeper, which is 100 meters away from his house. He got walnuts from his home because they have a tree. And he added pear because the pear trees in spring help bees get food.
V sladici sem uporabil meden kis, kar je za mene posebnost. Se držim načela manj sladkorja, v tej sladici sem uporabil med. Je pa za mene to zelo pomembna stvar.
Thank you very much, Bastien. This is a very strong way to end our competition for today. Aman, we really don't have very much time, but very quickly.
Very quickly.
Yes.
This is really all the varieties you put here, only with 3 ingredients.
Yeah, of course.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. I congratulate you.
I have... Tukaj imam napoj, ki sem ga predstavil pred par minutami, ko ste prišli v kuhinjo. Sedaj pa bom zalil vašo desko.
We'll have a quick translation, and then we will end this competition on a very strong note and on an amazing note, as Aman said.
So what Boštjan is pouring here for the judges is a honey potion that he made with honey products, of course. He kindly asks the judges to smell the smoke because it should have a subtle aroma of honey.
All right, and we talked about a show. This is a good show ender, show stopper. Bravo. I see the plate smoking. And with that, we conclude the presentation of Bastien Vogt and the European Young Chef Award 2023. Bastien, if you could please turn around and present your dish proudly for the camera so that you can get a picture of that. We still see the smoke coming up. Congratulations. Thank you so much to everyone who is in our live audience. Thank you so much to everyone at home who have been watching this streaming that started at 9 o'clock this morning. We have a very committed audience, very committed young chefs. You should all feel very proud. Congratulations to everyone who is already a winner. Tonight we will find out who are the first, second, and third place prizes at the gala. Fabrizia, could you remind me of the exact start time of the gala so I can remind... Sorry? 6 o'clock p.m., 18h. So if you want to find out, and I'm sure you do, about the first, second, and third place winners, and also be able to see all of the candidates eating and relaxing and enjoying themselves after these 2 days of competition, please tune in at 6 p.m., 18h tonight. And before that, we do have a keynote speaker from Sandrine Baumann, who is going to introduce us to the concept of healthy pastries. So please come back at 3 o'clock for Sandrine Baumann's Q&A and keynote speech. And she's right here, so she will be, yes, at 3 o'clock, 15h. I did see Sandrine going around and looking in at all of the chefs, so I'm sure that she is, I'd like to talk with her about what she noticed, and especially when she sees the dessert that Bastien created. I'm sure that she and Bastien Vogt will have something to talk about. Sandrine Baumann, who will present her concept of healthy pastries at 3 o'clock, followed by the gala at 6 o'clock. Please don't miss us. Thanks again. Bravo to everyone. A big round of applause for our jury members as well. A special thank you to Alexandre Gauthier, who is leading our jury. Bravo. Merci beaucoup. Wonderful representative of Hauts-de-France region. Bravo to all of you. See you soon.